keeps control for Thompson. Pass for Stevens, wide open underneath on the basket. Great pass.
Backs down, now kicks out up top to the left side, Caden Dahl. Dahl hesitates, then takes the three and knocks it home good. Dahl to get the turn. Carr trying to keep those legs underneath, then Cassette gets him down, and there's the pin.
Rebounded by Kendra Severson. Severson, here comes Bevins back the other way. Bevins, little contact, roll it in, good for Elena Bevins, and we're tied.
Through and Zeller with an excuse me bump, and here goes Semp for takeoff.
Alston Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And welcome to day number 1 of the 2024 Lisbon Girls Dual Tournament. You can see Mat 1 and Mat 2 already being in use here in terms of the warm-ups. I'm Chase Miller alongside Brent Dick, and welcome to our pregame conversation here today, or our pre-match conversation, where the schedule will run as follows. We have 4 rounds today of duels, then 3 rounds tomorrow. Coverage gets underway tomorrow roughly at 9 o'clock in the morning. Will be done around the noon hour. For today will get going at the top of the hour here, probably roughly done around 6:30 or so, a little bit later today. I'm Chase Miller alongside Brent Dick, and Brent, you and I were just talking here, a lot of travel coming down from teams from Williston to Bemidji, Bismarck. You got Mandan, West Fargo United, obviously the Lisbon Broncos, so Moorhead Spuds as well. So a little North Dakota, Minnesota flavor. Should be a fun 24 hours here for high school wrestling.
Yeah, I think it'll be an interesting 2 days. You bring in somebody like Bismarck Public Schools or Bismarck High and a nationally ranked team, returning state champions from last year for North Dakota, and then for Minnesota, you bring in Bemidji. Bemidji last year had a couple of state place winners on their team, so coming in here, and I guess all the teams looking for competition right now, and they're going to find it here over Christmas break inside the Lisbon High School Gymnasium.
Mat number 1 will be all Lisbon outside of one match here today. So Lisbon Williston will open things up. Lisbon Mandan, Moorhead Mandan, then Lisbon West Fargo in the nightcap. Mat number 2, which will be on the bottom right of your screen, will have all Bismarck High going up against Mandan, Moorhead, West Fargo, and Williston. And Mat number 3 in the Armory will keep you apprised of what's going on out there. We don't have any coverage, but we will keep you apprised. Bemidji, Moorhead, Williston, West Fargo, Williston, Bemidji, and Mandan and Bemidji as well. And the fun thing about this, Brent, is we've talked about, girls wrestling exploding over the last 5 years, across the Red River Valley, the upper Midwest, and seeing something like this only is going to add to the growth of the particular tournament, and able to see some teams that have full-fledged rosters that could probably have a second team here, so to speak, where others maybe only have 8 or 10. They're just continuing to build their program. So we're a little bit everywhere, but that's the nice thing about a new sport, is you're continuing to grow.
Yeah, it is a girl sport. Say it's the fastest growing sport in the United States right now is girls wrestling. And you do see the full rosters. You have Bismarck, you have Lisbon looking with full rosters, and you have somebody like Williston and Bemidji maybe bringing only, maybe a 3/4 of a roster here, but they still get to compete. They're still competing in a dual atmosphere. And I have seen it, teams going against, maybe an 8 or 9 man roster and able to win a duel against somebody with the full roster. So it just depends on the individual side of how competitive you are. You do have a chance to win a duel. It doesn't matter if you have 8 or 10 girls going to get up against somebody with 13. You still have a chance to win that duel.
The schedule here from the Lisbon Gymnasium and the Lisbon Armory, again, roughly planning for an hour for each round. If a duel finishes early, there will be some exhibition matches to allow the teams here to at least get some work in, so to speak. And I think that's the biggest thing, Brent, once it's this time of the year, both whether it's a Minnesota school, North Dakota, still got 2 months left before you really get to state or really get into the crunch time. So at the end of the day, this is one of those where you want to find different things, sure, to get better. You might want to consistently find a lineup for the dual standpoint if you're tweaking a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's all about just getting on the mat, getting reps, and feeling more comfortable in that circle.
Yeah, and some teams are taking the 2 weeks for the holiday and they won't step on the mat. These girls here, I guess they're trying to keep that knife sharp, or keep themselves not only physically fit but also mentally fit in the sport of wrestling, because 2 weeks off, you can lose a little bit of that edge, and they're out here competing during the holiday break and trying to keep that and keep the momentum going for their teams.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll preview also what's to come tomorrow here from the 2024 Lisbon Girls Dual Wrestling Tournament.
Community, one that you can be proud of.
where you and your family can grow. With available jobs, affordable housing, a golf course and pool, the Sportsman Club, and great educational opportunities. There hasn't been a better time to join the Hope community, ideally located between Fargo, Grand Forks, and Jamestown. For more information, go to www.hopend.com. Live, work, and play in Hope, North Dakota.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms, saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage, our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
Give a gift that's sure to impress this holiday season with a Tommy's Express gift card. Help your family and friends ride into 2025 cleaner than ever with a Tommy Club membership. Your loved one gets unlimited washes at an amazing car wash, and every time they see their beautiful car, they will think of you. And the best part? It's the gift that keeps on giving. Clean, convenient, and always appreciated. Love your holidays, love your ride. Buy gift cards now at your local Tommy's Express.
Every Wednesday night at 7, watch the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show, presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation. Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region, as we'll hear from area coaches in North Dakota and Minnesota. Plus, we'll highlight area high school seniors and their achievements in the classroom and on the court with our Senior Spotlight. That's the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show, presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation, Wednesday nights at 7 on YourLiveEvent.com.
Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Many factors impact your ability to increase profits on the farm. Make sure your planter is an asset and not a liability. Some limiting factors in making the perfect planter pass are row maintenance, meter calibration, and downforce management. It will not cost you anything to have the conversation about identifying solutions for these limiting factors. Agassiz Precision Ag, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here from Lisbon. This is our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. Stock Growers Bank, your small-town bank and big-time partner with Stock Growers mobile app. Experience banking at your fingertips anytime, anywhere. Bank near so you can go far with Stock Growers Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Chase and Brent again with you here as we get closer to the top of the hour. Tomorrow coverage begins at 9 o'clock in the morning. Lisbon will have 3 duels with Bemidji, Bismarck High, and then Moorhead, so get a little Minnesota, North Dakota flavor. Then on mat number 2 tomorrow, we will have Moorhead, West Fargo, Williston, Moorhead, and then West Fargo and Mandan. Bismarck High will be partaking in 2 of them, one on mat 1 and one on mat 3 in the Armory, as Bismarck High goes up against Bemidji a little bit later on. Brent, what's the one thing from a wrestling perspective that you're looking forward to here most? I know you gave me the girls rankings for the Dakota Grappler. Obviously, you mentioned Bemidji bringing some state placers back. So is there a name or two that you're looking forward to seeing on the mat here later this weekend here in Lisbon?
Yeah, I am. I'm looking for out of Bismarck, Julia Rougeau. So she's nationally ranked wrestler, a returning state champion. I think she may be a multiple-time state champion. And then you also have Kylie Kanoa out there, and she's here today as well wrestling. She's a returning state runner-up from last year, so just like to see those two out on the mat. I think they're going to have some good competition. You are bringing in wrestlers from Moorhead and from Bemidji, so probably competition they haven't seen this year yet. They might see them if they're going to go to the Rumble on the Red next weekend, but they're going to see them here first inside the Lisbon High School Gymnasium.
And this is going to be one to circle on your calendars for years to come, especially with girls wrestling. You know, Bell the Brawl, obviously, in Castleton. That's kind of became its own weekend here, Brent. And, you know, if you have a good weekend here with some of these teams, whether they want to come back or there's, you know, good talk about, hey, there was good wrestling, good competition, you might see this be a staple moving forward in the holidays. Lisbon hosting a girls dual tournament moving forward, very similar to the Storehog being on the individual side.
Yeah, it's just part of the growth of girls wrestling is moving to a dual tournament or having dual tournaments, not only in Lisbon but throughout the state. So just like to see the girls wrestling continue to grow, and this is just another step in that direction.
You and I were talking a little bit. I'm more of a basketball, so to speak, savant, if you want to call that. Brent's our wrestling savant, so to speak, and we were talking about some of the new things this year when it comes to wrestling. So for some of the fans out there that maybe this is the first time they're tuning in all year long to wrestling, what's similar but what's also different from the past couple of years, Brent, when someone goes to a match or is going to watch here on yourliveevent.com?
Yeah, so wrestling first period still starts on your feet in the neutral position, but takedowns are a little different. So when the two wrestlers, one wrestler takes the other one down to the mat, that's now worth 3 points. It's called a takedown. Last year it was 2, so this year it's a 3-point takedown. And then when the top wrestler, the wrestler turns or exposes the shoulders of the bottom wrestler, now it's a 2, 3, or 4-point near fall is what they call it, and it's just 2 seconds is 2-point near fall, 3 seconds is a 3-point near fall, 4 seconds is a 4-point near fall. So 2, 3, and 4 points for near fall. And last year it was just a 2 or a 3-point near fall, but now it's 2, 3, and 4.
So something a little bit different than when you're maybe for some, I know in basketball, I see it in football, you see it in volleyball, those who score the book by themselves.
Yes.
Brent, now you have to score the book a little bit different by yourself when it comes to wrestling now.
Yeah, you do. You know, and a lot of the old score sheets that you have still have the 2-point takedown and the 2 or the 3-point near fall. So we have to get everything updated to make sure that, not only we're scoring it correctly, but also the score tables down, in these tournaments are getting the same feel for it.
The question that I have, how does that impact the wrestler's strategy then when it's a little bit different from years gone past where you said, again, a takedown, was worth 2, now it's worth 3. Obviously, the near fall points, you can add some more if you want to call it bonus points, to it, Brent. So how does that impact the strategy for the wrestlers, or have you seen it, or have you not seen it maybe be as big of an impact?
I thought I would see it a little bit more offensive wrestling, and maybe it's going to still trend that way. But it just seems like the 3-point or the 3-point takedown is meant to reward the offensive wrestler, the wrestler who's going out there and taking the risk, on their feet to take down the other wrestler. So that's just kind of the way I think it's going, or the way the reasoning behind it. And then as far as the near fall, it's rewarding that top wrestler for exposing the shoulders and being offensive in the top position instead of just kind of hanging on, and holding on to the lead. Well, now they're rewarding you more for the exposing and turning that wrestler over and scoring the near fall.
So that's going to be something to talk with coaches at the end of the season. Did you like it? Did you not like it? Because that's the other thing. It's not just necessarily, sometimes you get through the course of the years, and, basketball as an example, Minnesota plays a different shot clock than some of the North Dakota divisions, and vice versa. Some play quarters, some play halves. Well, when you come into something like this as a wrestler, how much do you have to talk about that, or is it just a nationwide thing where a team from Minnesota comes to North Dakota to Minnesota, Brent, once you get to like a dual tournament like this?
Yeah, I would assume each state could adopt these rules whether they wanted to or not. Minnesota may be different than North Dakota and South Dakota in the weight classes, and maybe they don't have the 2-point or the 3-point, 4-point near fall. So it's kind of up to each state whether they wanted to adopt them. If they all fall under the NFHS rules, then more than likely they all have the same as far as takedowns and near falls. But some of the weight classes might be a little bit different, and the teams would just adjust to that if they travel outside of the state.
Going to be fun to see how this going to results into this particular day of wrestling. Again, here's our schedule on mat number 1. Lisbon, Williston open things up here in a few minutes. Then you got Lisbon and Mandan roughly at around 3 o'clock. Moorhead and Mandan at 4. Then the nightcap roughly around 5 will be Lisbon and West Fargo United. Mat number 2, all Bismarck, going up against respective schools. So Bismarck, Mandan here at just after the hour. Bismarck against Moorhead. Bismarck against West Fargo. Then the Demons go up against Williston for the nightcap on mat number 2. Mat number 3 at the Armory will keep you apprised of what's going on that side. Bemidji, Moorhead, Williston, West Fargo, Williston, Bemidji, and Mandan, Bemidji as well. Looks like the wrestlers are coming into the gym, so our national anthem will be here in a few short moments, and then from there we will get ready to get underway here for wrestling today. Again, it's the 2024 Lisbon Girls Dual Wrestling Tournament. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you from Lisbon here on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
When it comes to keeping your home comfortable, Bears Home Solutions has all your needs covered. From expert heating and cooling services to top-notch plumbing and fireplace installations, their team ensures your home stays cozy year-round. Trust their experienced professionals to handle it all efficiently, affordably, and with a smile. Ready to upgrade? Call Bears Home Solutions at 701-365-0365 or check them out on Facebook. Bears Home Solutions, where comfort meets excellence.
Give them the freedom to grow with the peace of mind of security and safety.
Let me do my thing. So get ready, get up, get ready, yeah.
America's Best Checking for Students from Bell Bank makes it easy to let them do their thing.
It's what it's all about.
Visit www.bell.bank/student-checking to learn more. Or stop into a branch near you to open an account today.
Let me do my thing.
Bell Bank, member FDIC.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
As an American family agent, I look out for what matters to you, even when nothing's wrong. This is Chris Heisey. Visit me online at chrisheisey.com. These days, everyone wants to save money. I can show you how easy it is by having multiple policies. By combining your auto and homeowner's insurance, I can put some change back into your pocket. My website again is chrisheisey.com. I want to be your American family agent.
American Family Insurance.
Say goodbye to boring birthday parties and corporate events and say hello to a supercharged celebration at the Empire Sports Complex in Fargo with their epic bounce houses that's guaranteed to have your guests jumping for joy at the Empire Sports Complex. Their bounce houses are the ultimate party starter, but don't wait too long to book. Go online now to empirefargo.org. That's empirefargo.org or call 701-318-4161 for your next birthday party or corporate event. The Empire Sports Complex in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
High school wrestling today here. Chase Miller, Brent Dick. Brent will have the coverage on mat number 1. I'll have the coverage on mat number 2. If this is the first time you're watching on yourliveevent.com for a dual tournament individual where you have more than one mat going, best way I describe it's like NFL Red Zone, but for wrestling. It's just wrestling all the time. Brent's going to have coverage on the first. If that gets done early, then he'll come over and do some color on the mat 2 and vice versa, back and forth. So you'll be hearing my voice, you'll be hearing Brent's voice, as well as our officials are coming out talking over with the team captains here, and then we'll get things underway. And the best thing during this time of the season, Brent, is just having the opportunity for some of these coaches maybe to get some girls some varsity experience, maybe get them in a different lineup. Maybe you move a girl up or down a weight class depending on how many roster spots that you're bringing here. So for some of these coaches, you're tinkering with some lineups. For other coaches, you got a seasoned squad, you know what you're doing, and you're just looking to build upon maybe the last 2-3 years that you've put together to get to this point.
Yeah, it is a good point. So some of these girls, maybe they wouldn't have had in the regular season a chance to get in that dual lineup. But when you're in a dual tournament, you got 2 days here to grind in these duels, and it becomes a kind of a marathon instead of the sprint type mentality. So it is good opportunity to get some of these girls that maybe wouldn't have the opportunity in that regular season to partake in the dual tournament. It's just kind of a little bit different atmosphere, different aspect of wrestling. And, wrestling is a lot of individual performance, but then you also have the team aspect here at the duel. So just a good opportunity to get more wrestlers involved in your dual team and in these duels.
Over on the Armory side, they're just about to get underway. Emma Richards from Bemidji going up against Samantha Hansen from Moorhead. And the one thing with these rosters, we're going to see a lot of youth, a lot of 7th graders, 8th graders, freshmen here, Brent. There is a couple of seniors, juniors, and sophomores out there, but just with what girls wrestling is, again, being a new sport and having opportunities for these girls to maybe see if they liked it before. Maybe they were a statistician, a manager on the girls' team or on the boys' team. Now they want to go out and wrestle. You're going to see a lot of youth here today and throughout the course of this weekend.
You do. You will see a lot of youth, but I would just kind of caution you those out there watching, or maybe with a kind of preconceived notion, is that some of these 7th and 8th graders, they've been wrestling since they've been in kindergarten on the girls' side now, and they've been wrestling on the boys. So they definitely have a different mentality, or their mentality coming in here is, they've already wrestled some of the toughest competition out there, and they're not afraid to step on the mat with a junior or senior.
And someone that I'm kind of reminded of is an Anna White, who as a freshman went over 100 career wins, has already been a multi-state champ from Central Cass. She's just one of those examples, to your point there, Brent.
Yep. Yeah, and you will see that. You'll see a 7th or 8th grader wrestling a junior or senior, but it by no means that they're any less experienced than that junior or senior.
As they're still figuring out the lineups here, we'll take one more quick break. When we come back after this, we'll get to wrestling here in Lisbon, as they're just making sure they got everything in order with track wrestling, the coaches, the officials. We're back after this here in Lisbon.
Farmers Union Insurance, you're backed by an insurance policy provider that meets your specific requirements. At Farmers Union Insurance Gullus & Olson Agency, they offer reliable insurance policies from homeowners, farm and ranch, contractors, small businesses, and more. Let Lance, Shelby, and the staff at Gullus & Olson Agency take care of you today. For more information, stop into their office on Main Street in Lisbon for Farmers Union Insurance Gullus & Olson Agency.
All right, welcome back here, liveevent.com. We are into day 1 action. Lisbon Broncos taking on the Moorhead Spuds. That's your first round action, or first dual action here of the day. That is Melina Rebson for the Lisbon Broncos. Macy Brule, for Williston out there on mat number 1. So Lisbon and Williston, that's a 3-point takedown for Brule from Williston. So she's up 3-0 early, minute 30. In the first period, Rebson with the stand-up, hip pace in. So 3-1's your score, working that near edge of the mat. Now mat 2 underway inside the Lisbon High School Gymnasium.
As mat number 2 from Lisbon, you'll have Fuchs here, the 8th grader who's 4-4 on the season, going up against Brooklyn LaFrenz here from Mandan, the sophomore, who is 12-0 so far on the year.
And now the score is 6-1 with Macy Brule from Williston. She has a 6-1 lead. She scored another takedown, working a crossface into a screwdriver on Rebson as she's trying to stand up.
As for the Mandan Braves here, LaFrenz gets a 3-point takedown. 1-point escape then coming by Fuchs as it's 3-1, 30 seconds in here on mat number 2. Again, the Mandan Braves and the Bismarck High Demons in our first of 4 duels here on mat number 2 today.
And all your score is 6-2, 1-point escape for Melina Rebsum, returning state qualifier for the Broncos. That's your match here at 100 pounds is Melina Rebsum. She's down by 4, 6-2 to Macy Brule of Williston.
Fuchs with a nice 3-point takedown on the way, and then you get an escape coming here for the Bismarck High Demons. Currently 6-2.
Yeah, and at the end of the period, we're going 6-2 is your score. It's Brule's choice, so that'll go over. She chooses bottom position to start our second period on mat number 1.
45 seconds remaining here on mat number 1. A little bit of a stalemate. There's a shot coming for the opportunity there for Fuchs. Unable to finish the move right now as they're working off the mat, and they will have a whistle and we'll get back into the center.
Yeah, and off the whistle, Brule for Williston with the stand-up and the escape. Now the score is 7-2 with 1:50 on the clock in the second period. Here's Rebson was working over the top. Now wrestler stood back up. Still 7-2 on mat number 1.
6-2 on mat number 2 right now. About 10 seconds remaining here in the first. A lot of hand fighting going on. There's an opportunity at a takedown. There's a 3-point takedown on the way for LaFrenz from the Mandan Braves. Now with a 9-2 lead, and that's how they'll finish the opening 2 minutes.
Another 3-point takedown. Now their score is 10-2 on mat number 1. Brule for Williston has a 10-2 lead over Melina Rebsum for the Broncos. Broncos wearing the white singlet with the red trim around the legs. Rebsum for the Broncos in the bottom position on mat number 1.
106-pound weight class right now here on the girls' side as they're doing a nice job so far from the Mandan Braves. Again, Brooklyn at 12-0 as she works on the bottom. Working up at the top here for Bismarck High Demons is Fuchs. But getting back to her base is LaFrenz right now here on mat number 2.
And down to 30 seconds remaining in the second period. 10-2 is your score. Macy Brule for Williston still in control in the top position as Rebsum with the attempted stand-up. Now returned back down to the mat. Score remains 10-2, under 20 seconds remaining in the second period.
They'll come across on the reversal and finish with a 2-pointer. There is Lorenz. It's 11-2 right now. Kind of got her in a hand lock 45 seconds into this second period. 11-2 is your score here for the Mandan Braves.
And the final 5 seconds of our second period. 10-2 is your score going into the third on mat number 1. Macy Brule leads Melina Rebsum for the Broncos by a score of 10-2.
LaFrenz right now sees a stalling warning coming against Fuchs as Fuchs is trying to get back to her base, but right now got her a little bit in that headlock. There is Lorenz trying to see if she can turn her back over and then have a chance at a pin here for the Mandan Braves. As getting back to the base there is Fuchs on the mat.
In the start of the third period, neutral position chosen by Rebsum as a 1:50 on the clock. Still 10-2 your score. Wrestlers locked up in collar ties on that far side of the mat.
Brooklyn's just going to release Fuchs there for a 1-point escape, but then able to come back down for a 3-point takedown, and now trying to work that cradle on the interior. Got her rolled over. Here's an opportunity for the pin. 17 seconds remaining in the period, and there she's able to finish it off. Brooklyn LaFrenz from the Mandan Braves gives Mandan an early 6-0 lead here on the team duels.
And Rebsum with a head and arm able to secure a takedown. Now her score is 10-5. She's down by 5 with 1:19 remaining on the clock in the third period. In the top position, trying to expose the shoulders of Brule on mat 1.
Update quickly at mat number 3 on the Armory. Emma Richards from Bemidji defeated Samantha Hansen via the fall with 104 in the first period. It's Bemidji 6, Moorhead scoreless as they're at the 106-pound weight class, as now we enter the 112-pound weight class here on mat number 2.
And still at 100 pounds on mat number 1. Brule with the 1-point escape now 11-5. She leads Melina Rebson of the Lisbon Broncos. She's in on a double leg shot. Rebson sprawled out trying to turn the corner on mat number 1.
Bellin here in for the Mandan Braves at 112 pounds for the 8th grader at 3-8 on the season, going up against Rylan Reams, the 8th grader from Bismarck, who is 3-4 on the year.
And Brule with the 3-point takedown. She leads now 14-5, under 25 seconds remaining on mat number 3. She's up 14-5 over Melina Rebson of the Broncos on mat 1.
Reams able to go for the left leg, now working up top. Does get the 3-point takedown early on here for the Bismarck High Demons. Is trying to roll her over and try to earn a fall on the near side of the mat. There's the roll. Opportunity here for a pin. Getting back to the side here is Bellin. Bellin trying to avoid the pin, as this one is still working on the near side. And there it is. There's the pin on the way here for the Bismarck High Demons, as Rylan Reams nods it up at 6 apiece for the team score.
And a pin on mat number 1 as Macy Brule wins by fall over Melina Rebson of the Lisbon Broncos. Williston goes up 6-0 on mat 1.
There was a forfeit as well in the 100-pound weight class here, so it is a 12-6 lead here in this particular score. So there was a forfeit, so we go from 100 to 106 to 112, and now moving our way up to 118 pounds. So Weigel earns the win at 100 pounds here for the Mandan Braves. Brooklyn LaFrenz via the pin at the 344 mark, and then Brooklyn Reams for Bismarck High earns it via the fall at the 102 mark to make it 12-6 as we go to 118 pounds.
And he had 112 pounds. The Broncos with the win by forfeit, so they now tied up 6-6 your dual score going into 112 pounds on mat number 1.
Mat number 3 over at the Armory currently. It's the Moorhead Spuds. Merschman here from Bemidji at 3, with Kane from the Moorhead Spuds at 3 as well. That's at 106 pounds as they're in the overtime session, our first overtime here of the 2024 Girls Dual Tournament.
And mat number 1 action here at 112 pounds. Addison Booman for Lisbon Broncos and Taylor Brule for Williston. Taylor Brule, state qualifier last year for Williston at 106 pounds. She quickly secures a 3-point takedown, takes the early 3-0 lead on mat 1.
Also going on, you have the Northern Cass shootout. Watford City and Northern Cass. Also going on a little bit later today as well, the girls dual tournament here throughout the day in Lisbon. For our coverage on yourliveevent.com.
Brule is still in control in the top. Booman bottom position, trying to base up on her hip. Now works back to her knees. Brule over the top with a crossface. She leads 3-0 on mat 1 with 1:16 remaining on the clock in the first period.
Still on mat number 2, just going through their respective rosters, making sure they got everything situated again here at 118 pounds. 12-6 your score in favor one more time of the Mandan Braves currently.
And now Booman for the Broncos with the 1-point escape on mat 1. 3-1's your score with 50 seconds remaining in the first period. Score is 3-1. Taylor Brule leads Booman from the Broncos. And now Bowman in on a single leg, has it secured, but Brule is able to step up over the top. Still no takedown awarded to Brule as Addison Bowman still with that leg secured. 3-1 is your score. Now Brule is going to a crossface, kind of working up over under the head and arm. Secures that 3-point takedown. The score is 6-1 in favor of Brule for the Williston Coyotes on mat 1.
Looks like the Bismarck High Demons will get 6 points via the forfeit here at 118 pounds and will be tied at 12 apiece. So we see our second forfeit here of this duel between Mandan and Bismarck.
And Brule for the Williston Coyotes wins by fall over Addison Booman. 6 more points on the board for the Coyotes. They lead 12-6 on mat number 1.
So St. Clair comes on for the Bismarck High Demons. She'll be awarded the 6 points via the forfeit as we make our way now to 124 pounds here between the Demons and the Braves on mat number 2.
And moving on to 118 pounds on mat number 1. Looks like Romerman out there for the Broncos, waiting for action to, I guess, for the wrestler to check in the table on mat number 1.
As on mat number 2 right now, you got Campbell for the Mandan Braves. That's Bailey going up against Bismarck High, the Demons here. Magembe, the senior, at 124 pounds for Bismarck High.
And the Broncos at 118 with another forfeit ties the duel up at 12 apiece on mat number 1.
Magembe, the senior, at 3-5 on the season. Campbell, the freshman, at 7-5 on the year. Also, the new digs out there in Mandan looks awfully nice when it comes to basketball wrestling. Very similar to the Moorhead Spuds, kind of a perm Detroit Lakes style of setting over in the center part of the state.
And now up to 124 pounds on mat number 1. Wrestlers checked into the table and action underway.
It's currently just a little bit of a stalemate between Magembe currently and Campbell as they both release. 60 seconds into the opening period, still scoreless here on mat number 2.
And mat number 1 is Presley Johnson for the Broncos, wrestling Madison Millage for Williston. Millage in on a nice single leg shot, had Johnson going down to her hip. Still no takedown awarded on mat number 1.
Mat number 2 still scoreless as we're nearing the 30-second mark remaining here in the period. Magembe and Campbell right now. A lot of hand fighting, nothing that has been on the mat so far between these two.
And 3-point takedown awarded to Millage for the Williston Coyotes. Now 1-point escape for Johnson. Scores 3-1 with minute 9 on the clock in the first period on mat 1.
So your referee giving some time here with under 15 seconds remaining. It seems like these two, unless there's going to be a chance taken for Campbell or Magembe, they will go to period number 2 scoreless here at 124 pounds.
The score is still 3-1 on mat number 1 with 45 seconds remaining.
As Green will get the choice here with Campbell to see what she wants to do against Magembe. As Ritter will be underneath and Campbell will start on the up position.
Johnson now taking down to her back, a 3-point takedown and going to her back. So Millage with the 3-point takedown now is up 6-1 on Presley Johnson. Johnson back to her base, under 13 seconds remaining in the first period.
Magembe starts in the down position, able to come and get an escape. That's the first point on our Bank North scoreboard here between Bismarck High and the Mandan Braves at 124 pounds. Magembe leads at 1-0 with 1:30 left here in period number 2.
Yeah, at the end of the first period, 6-1 lead for Millage for the Williston Coyotes over Presley Johnson of the Lisbon Broncos. Dual score tied up at 12 apiece on mat number 1.
Also tied up at 12 apiece here on mat number 2 between Mandan and Bismarck High, as Magembe right now and Campbell, both as they were in the first period, kind of back locking horns here in the second.
And off the whistle, Johnson in the bottom position. Broken down by Millage, now goes half Nelson, had far wrist caught, turns over, Johnson to her back, working for the foul, going chest on chest, trying to stretch out that arm. With a minute 46 on the clock, a lot of time for Johnson. There's the pin on mat number 1 for the Williston Coyotes. Madison Millage over Presley Johnson. Dual score now 18-12 in favor of the Coyotes.
Magembe was looking for a chance at possibly going for the right leg. It was blocked by Campbell, who eventually took a 3-point takedown. Then you saw Magembe able to come away with an escape. So it's Campbell 3, Magembe right now 2, with 30 seconds left in period number 2 here at 124 pounds on mat number 2.
And moves us to 130 pounds. I believe the Broncos are open at 130, so Williston will take the 24-12 lead over the Broncos, going into 136 pounds on mat number 1.
10 seconds left here in period number 2. Unless there's something coming here by either Campbell or Magembe, we will head to period number 3 with a 3-2 advantage, thanks in part to that 3-point takedown here for Campbell. And that's what we will see here at 124 pounds on mat number 2.
The wrestler still checking in on mat number 1. Looks like Emerson Schwab going out for the Broncos on mat 1. Still waiting for the Williston Coyote wrestler to check in.
So 3-2 here going to the final period of the 124 pounds on mat number 2. One more time between Campbell and Magembe. Magembe so far 2 points via the escape, 3 points for Campbell on the takedown.
In action underway on mat number 1. Schwab for the Broncos wrestling Garcia for Williston. Garcia with a headlock. Now Schwab counters, drops down to a single leg. Garcia still trying to hit the headlock. Schwab takes her straight to her back, feet to back. She'll pick up the takedown, working for the pin is Emerson Schwab on mat 1, and there it is. As the official slaps the mat. Schwab with the pin. Broncos now down by 6, 24-18 on mat 1.
Points have been hard to come by here in mat number 2. Just 5 total so far as we got 70 seconds left here in period number 3. Magembe right now currently trailing it by 1, trying to see if she can get a good attempt here on Campbell. Campbell being very defensive. Fakes to go in for a right leg attempt. Time is starting to write down, though, on Magembe right now. She's unable to get something here with Campbell for a takedown.
You're moving to 142 pounds on mat number 1. Veda Carbom for the Broncos. We'll wait for the Coyote wrestler to check in, but Veda Carbom out there as mat number 1. Action just about underway.
Currently with Campbell right now, she's more than willing with Magembe to continue this hand tussle. Magembe again trying to find a way to bring Campbell down to the mat, which has been something that's been hard to do so far in this match.
Here's Carbom, and now it's Maya DeFord for Williston out there. Wrestling at 142-pound wrestlers. A little bit of hand fighting, pushing around in that center of the mat on mat number 1.
Magembe went for a shot, blocked by Campbell. Campbell now more than content just to milk the last couple of seconds off and take a 3-2 win, and that's exactly what she's able to do. Campbell with a 3-2 win for the Mandan Braves.
It's still scoreless in the first period, 1:22 on the clock at 142 pounds on mat 1. That's between DeFord for Williston and Carbom for the Broncos. Dual score right now, 24-18 in favor of the Williston Coyotes. Wrestlers still holding the center of the mat, pushing each other back and forth, pushing each other around on mat number 1.
So on mat number 2 at 124 pounds again, Bailey Campbell from Mandan with a decision win. 3-2 earns 3 more team points. It's 15-12 as they work their way up to 130 pounds.
And still scoreless on mat 1 now, under 50 seconds remaining in that first period. Between Carbom and DeFord for Williston. And still scoreless now, under 30 seconds. There's a little snap down by DeFord on Carbom. Carbom didn't budge an inch. She's pushing into DeFord. DeFord now circles back into the middle of the mat.
Phoebe Wade for the Bismarck High Demons wastes little time, 7 seconds in, gets a 3-point takedown against One Feather here for the Mandan Braves as Phoebe Wade is trying to get One Feather over for a chance at a fall. And there's the move. Here comes near fall points, trying to finish off with a fall here for Wade as One Feather is trying to get back around. And there's the fall at 125. Here in period number 1, wasting little time again for the Bismarck High Demons. Phoebe Wade picks up a fall and 6 points here, the Bismarck High Demons.
We're moving into the second period on mat number 1, still scoreless, with Carbom choosing the bottom position to start the second period on mat number 1.
Let's take a look at the team score now here on mat number 2 between Bismarck High and Mandan. You had another 6 points here for Bismarck. They take a 18-15 lead as we're nearing the midway point as we go to 136 pounds.
And off the whistle, Carbom broke back down to her belly. There's DeFord in the top position working a crossface. Carbom just trying to counter out, get back up to her base. As she does that, catches DeFord a little bit high. And a 2-point reversal here now. Score on mat number 1. 2-0 is your lead.
15 seconds in. Maggie Thielgis with the fall here over Floria for the Mandan Braves as Bismarck with back-to-back pins.
And picked up another pin on mat number 1 there. Veda Carbom after the reversal turned DeFord over. Wins by foul. The Broncos now tied up at 24 with Williston Coyotes on mat number 1.
Over at mat number 3 in the Armory between Bemidji and the Moorhead Spuds. Bemidji with a 30-3 lead going to 136 pounds. So far for the Bemidji, they have had 1, 2, 3, 4 pins over the Moorhead Spuds in mat number 3.
We're moving on to 148 pounds, tied up at 24 apiece on mat number 1 between the Broncos and the Coyotes.
24-15, Bismarck High for the Mandan Braves at 142 pounds. Paige Baumgartner here, the junior, coming on to go up against Elizabeth Hook, the sophomore from Mandan. And Hook early on with a 3-point takedown 20 seconds into the match.
Hey, man, number 1, it's Violet Heen for the Lisbon Broncos. Ashlyn Swanson for Williston. Heen with the 3-point takedown. She leads 3-0 with a minute 39 on the clock in the first period.
Baumgartner working to the side, trying to get through the escape of Hook. Hook keeps her left foot in the circle here, trying to see if she can bring her back in. And now we will go back to the center of the mat.
Heen with a half Nelson locked up. Looks to turn. Swanson working for the fall. Here's Violet Heen. She has the head scoop, trying to level out the shoulders as the officials down there slaps the mat. Heen with the win by fall. The Broncos now take the lead. They're up 30-24 on mat number 1.
Bismarck High with a 2-point reversal here for Paige Baumgartner, starting in the down position. Now she's in control as Hook goes back to her base on the spread on the mat here. It's 3-2 Hook, 60 seconds into the opening period.
Moving up to 155 pounds. Wrestlers waiting for them to check in at the table.
Paige Baumgartner right now trying to see if she can bring Hook across. She's able to do so right now. Now into a position to earn the fall here as she's going to finish it off at the 42-second mark here in the opening period, as Baumgartner able to just bring Hook across, and Hook was in a tough position and not putting too much pressure on that left shoulder right now. Via the fall here, Baumgartner earns 6 more points. It's now 30-15 Bismarck High.
Yeah, as wrestlers kind of shuffled in and out of the lineup, still working through the lineup changes. Still at 155 pounds. It looks like Veda Carblum strapping up for the Broncos, but maybe might have an open weight here for both teams at 155, just waiting to see what transpires on mat number 1.
Same here on mat number 2 currently for Bismarck High and the Mandan Braves, as currently we make our way to 148 pounds, and Bismarck will bring on a wrestler. We'll let you know who that is here in a moment.
So still working through the lineup changes on mat number 1. Looks like the Williston Coyotes will send out a wrestler at 155. Broncos may be open, still waiting to work through the lineup changes.
So on mat number 2 from Bismarck High, Aubrey Overson, the senior at 8-2 on the season, going up against Heinert, the sophomore who's 2-6. Taika here for the Mandan Braves again at 148 pounds. It's 30-15 Bismarck High in control thanks to a couple of pins here the last couple of matches.
And that is it looks like it is a forfeit for the Broncos at 155, so that should tie up our dual score at 30 apiece going into our 170-pound match.
Heinert and Overson just continue to hand toss with one another. 30 seconds in here to mat number 2. Very reminiscent of what we saw just a couple of opportunities ago between Phoebe Wade and, between Magembe and Campbell, where points were hard to come by, but there's a 3-point takedown here for Bismarck High, and now into a rolling position to try to earn the fall here for Overson. Overson is able to earn the fall, and the Bismarck High Demons just slowly able to earn a couple of more points here as they have rattled off now 4 consecutive falls here against the Mandan Braves and take a 36-15 lead.
Their duels is tied up at 30 apiece, now working back through those lineup changes, just trying to keep you updated. So there was a forfeit by the Broncos at 155. Ties their dual score up at 30 apiece, now going into 170 pounds.
As we make our way to 155 pounds right now for Bismarck High, they're going to be open, so Bismarck High will take another 6 points via the forfeit, and the team dual score on the Bank North scoreboard goes now 42-15.
Williston with looks like the forfeit at 170 pounds. Our dual score now is 42-30 in favor of the Broncos, as they'll pick up another forfeit at 190 here to Lillian Oster of the Broncos.
We make our way now to 170 pounds here. Just 3 more classes to go in this particular match, 170, 190, and 250. Bismarck getting a wrestler in late here. We'll let you know who that is, and it allows us to give you a quick update on what's going on mat number 3 between Bemidji and Moorhead. The Bemidji Lumberjacks with a 36-3 lead over the Moorhead Spuds as they're going to 148 pounds.
Yeah, I believe that is the duel as the Broncos will pick up another forfeit at heavyweight. The duel score now 48-30 in favor of the Broncos. That should be your final. Looks like we will have an exhibition match coming up on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, as they're able to just come into the lineup here for Bismarck High. As Madison Reams right now going up against Lainey Yoakum, the 8th grader here from the Mandan Braves. So Yoakum right now in the all-silver singlet. Reams in that little burgundy for the Bismarck High Demons as they run off the mat. Still scoreless, 32 seconds in here to the period. Coming up next here on YourLiveEvent.com, Lisbon will go up against the Mandan Braves, and then you'll have Bismarck High against the Moorhead Spuds for our next coverage. That is scheduled to get underway around the top of the hour here at 3. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here in Lisbon.
Yeah, mat number 1, that final score, 48-30, the Broncos win. The duel on mat number 1 still have an exhibition match coming up. It looks like Veda Carblin for the Broncos will step on the mat here on mat 1.
As Reams again will continue here with Yoakum in the circle. They're in the center, still scoreless. 45 seconds in. What we've seen from Bismarck High, they've done a good job recently. Similar position, then they get that one move in, and then all of a sudden you're in a tough spot here with the Mandan Braves for a pin variety, and that's what Bismarck High has done.
Yeah, I'd imagine they're familiar foes out there in the Bismarck-Mandan area, so I'm sure these wrestlers have likely seen each other a few times.
And the WDA, number of times they're going for a shot, but Yoakum puts the weight there on Reams, and now we'll have a chance to work up top. But getting back to her base is going to be Reams here. 15 seconds remaining here in the period. Now Reams has a chance to try to get an escape after Yoakum, again, had the position in the center of the mat. 5 seconds remaining here in the first period, and we might go scoreless to period number 2, and that's what we're going to see. And good to see here on mat number 1 as well, Brent, with some exhibition matches. Again, able to just continue to work your tool chest a little bit more in days like this here in a dual tournament.
Yeah, if you're here over the holidays, you might as well get in these matches, so nothing wrong with getting some exhibition matches in. This is Veda Carblin working for the fall. Has a nice cradle locked up against her opponent from Williston.
If you're watching online, you can simply come to Lisbon here, check them out in the gymnasium and the Armory, watch some girls wrestling in person. We'll have coverage for you tomorrow here at YourLiveEvent.com, and a little wrestling and breakfast in the morning at 9 o'clock. As Yoakum will work up top, Reams will work on the bottom. Reams trying to get the escape here, and now going back is Yoakum. Yoakum in the position to continue the points as Reams is trying to escape on the near side of the mat, as they're working each other off the mat here potentially. And we'll have a potential dangerous, so we will go back to the center of the mat. 42-15, Bismarck High is going to win the duel here over the Mandan Braves, but Lainey Yoakum right now works up top on Reams. 90 seconds remaining here in period number 2.
We're going into this second period. 7-0 lead for Carblin on mat number 1. Exhibition match on mat 1.
As right now, Yoakum continues to work up top as Reams gets back to her base and gets the 1-point escape here. And it's Bismarck High Demons with a 1-0 lead with Reams.
And Madison Reams last year placed 3rd at the state tournament at 136 pounds for Bismarck.
That's been a fun state tournament where it went from Fargo Davies by themselves. They got part of the last couple of years. We've seen 8 to 12 mats as well, Brent. And I think a lot of people like the 8-mat variety more than a 12-mat from when they tried it out that one year.
Yeah, that was just a lot of action to take in all at once, and hard to keep up, especially when you have your team out there that maybe you send 8 or 9 wrestlers to state and 4 or 5 of them are out on the mat at the same time.
So you have Reams and Yoakum again back in the center. So far just a 1-point escape for Reams here in the period that has allowed her to take a 1-0 lead.
That's a pin for Veda Carblin in that exhibition match on mat number 1.
So 25 seconds left here for Yoakum and Reams. And this Bismarck High Demons Club reminds me of the old Top Gun movie with Iceman. You know, they just don't make a lot of mistakes, and if you make one, you're in danger here, Brent. We've seen that again with consistency of pins coming from Bismarck High.
Yeah, just a legacy of wrestling out there for the Bismarck Demons, and just Bismarck in general. Definitely the wrestling capital of North Dakota out there in Bismarck.
You've been able to see, even on the boys' side, a couple of twins that went on to wrestle for University of Michigan in the Big Ten, and able to see some wrestlers making their way. It's been fun to see that at the next level, and we're only going to see that on the girls' side moving forward as this one continues as we start period number 3 here. As working on the bottom is Reams. Yoakum up top again, trailing 1-0, as she will try to at least see if she can turn Reams over and we'll work on some points, but so far we have not seen any near fall points or a takedown here in this match.
Yeah, I just mentioned Laney Yoakum, also a state place winner last year at 155 pounds, placed 3rd at the state tournament.
So Yoakum right now working up top on Reams. Reams again 9-3 on the season. Yoakum is 10-2, the 8th grader, trailing the sophomore. And right now getting back as Reams trying to get back to her base as much as possible as Yoakum is putting weight on that left leg, trying to see if she can get the cradle or work the chicken wing a little bit. As Reams doing a good job, also not going to get called for stalling as she is trying to work as best as she can, but understanding time and situation with 55 seconds left here in the match. Yoakum up top trying to see if she can get across that arm and then turn Reams over. 45 seconds here in period number 3. Trying to work that back shoe, Yoakum. Trying to see if she can turn her while you got Reams. Got the hooks on the left knee of Yoakum right now with 30 seconds remaining here in the period.
Yeah, just a dogfight out there, evenly matched. Wrestlers, both returning state place winners, and you can see that just working each other over, but score is still tight here, 1-0.
And if you're Reams right now, I was just going to say you're going to try to use that grasp as much as you can, but with 17 seconds remaining here in the period, Yoakum will get another chance in the center, working in the up position against Reams in the down position. I'll find a way to make a quick move here as Reams looking for the escape. Trying to get back to her base, 10 seconds remaining. Yoakum trying to bring Reams back down to the mat. Reams continues to work to the edge, now gets back up top, trying to get that escape with 2 seconds, with 1 second, and this with 0 is going to be a finish of a decision at 1-0 here for Madison Reams. The sophomore takes down the 8th grader thanks in part to a 1-point escape in the second period, Brent.
Yeah, this day had a great match, great dogfight here inside the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. 2 returning state place winners going at it. This time going to Madison Reams for Bismarck Demons.
That'll make it 45-15 on the team dual score in favor of Bismarck High. Over in the Armory, they're going to 170 pounds. It's 48-9 in favor of Bemidji over the Moorhead Spuds as we make our way to the final 2 weight classes here, and then we'll get to our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Match for both of these matches here on match number 1 and mat number 2 as we make our way to 190 pounds now here on mat number 2. As 190 pounds for Bismarck High, Cambry Anderson, the sophomore, at 10-2 on the season, going up against Novotny, the 8th grader, Victoria here from Mandan, who's 6-1 on the year. As right now, Anderson has Novotny down on the ground, able to see the 2 points coming across for the near fall, and then able to add to it. So now a takedown with the 2, 1-point escape coming then for Anderson.
Yeah, Cambry Anderson, returning state champion for the Bismarck Demons.
As the Bismarck High Demons right now working in a little bit of that headlock here for Anderson, as Anderson's looking for the fall. There it is. Able to get it with 44 seconds into the match. Cambry Anderson adds another 6 points here for Bismarck High.
Yeah, just looking at the pedigree that Bismarck High brings into this, they have 2 nationally ranked wrestlers, Julia Rougeau, ranked number 24, and Cambry Anderson ranked number 23 in the nation at their weight classes.
Oh, that's going to be dangerous once you get to the Fargo Dome.
Yeah. A lot of confidence I would have in my team going into that tournament.
Bismarck High might have obviously been awfully good in girls wrestling. I think of Central Cass in the East, but it feels like the West, at least at the top, Brent, Bismarck High and Minot might be your 1A and 1B coming into the season.
Yeah, yep. Just the West, maybe just a little earlier start as far as girls wrestling in the state. Really embraced it early, so they're seeing the results here, the fruits of their labor early in girls wrestling in North Dakota.
As we go to the heavyweight now, you have Locke here for Bismarck, the freshman at 5-5, going up against J.C. Peterson from Mandan, the freshman who's 6-6 on the year. Bismarck High will take this duel, but again at 250 pounds, the last one that'll be accounted for. And we'll see if we have any exhibition matches. As mat number 1, as you see, Williston, they had about 8-9 wrestlers that they brought down, Brent. So not too many exhibition matches that you're going to see over with Williston wrestling here throughout the weekend.
Yeah, not a lot of exhibition matches, but head-to-head matches, they did take the majority of the matches against the Broncos. So just one of those, they didn't have a full lineup coming in here, but they do have quality wrestlers in their lineup.
As we're scoreless here, 50 seconds into the period between Locke and Peterson. Seeing a little bit more time that's been able to have. It's either been a quick fall within about a minute, or we've gone the distance between Bismarck High and Mandan here in this duel. In the first year, the 2024 Lisbon girls wrestling duel here. Teams from both Minnesota and North Dakota made their way down to Lisbon over the holidays.
Yeah, J.C. Peterson from Mandan, returning state qualifier.
As Peterson right now locked with Locke, no pun intended there, as Locke continues to dance around the ring here with Peterson, as time will be getting closer to period number 2, and this might be where you have someone down and you can't finish the move and escape comes. That could be the difference, as we saw in the last match, Brent, where it was 1 point and escape that made the difference in the decision win for Bismarck.
Yeah, 1-0 to finish that match out. Maybe just a different strategy in that last 15 seconds is kind of hindsight, but good competitive match.
As we will head to period number 2 here, scoreless on yourliveevent.com. Again, mat number 1 here roughly around 3 o'clock will be Lisbon and Mandan. So once Mandan concludes this, they will just make the short jaunt over to mat number 1. Bismarck High then will go up against the Moorhead Spuds Hero, who will come from squaring off with Bemidji here into mat number 2.
I guess kind of the unknown is how long of a break they'll take between these duels. If they'll just roll right into the next one, or they'll take a 5-minute break to get the teams, back to where they need to be.
And every duel's a little different here, as we do get the escape here for Locke and the Bismarck High Demons 2 seconds into the period, as they have a 1-0 lead now here for Locke against Peterson. That's the thing. If you had Mandan already done, Lisbon already done, you'd think 3 o'clock would be pretty quickly, but that might be a little after the 3 o'clock hour now, Brent.
Yeah, maybe. And then we also have to keep in mind the what's going on inside the armory.
As you see this one now for Locke and Peterson, so far just the escape again has been the difference between these two, as they've kind of just danced around that center circle for Locke and Peterson, trying to see if he can maybe get a chance after being in that headlock position, Brent, seeing if you can maybe get an attempt to go for the knee, go for the ankle, but we just haven't seen either wrestler have a big opportunity here in this match.
No, it is a good alternate or a good takedown technique, the collar tie into a knee pick or an ankle pick. But each wrestler, just not really wanting to commit and taking that risk at this point.
If we see this for another 60 seconds, it just might be a 1-0 lead going into period number 3. Again, Bismarck High with the lead at 51-15 here on the team duel side. As the Bismarck High Demons, as Brent mentioned earlier in our pre-conversation, as there's a stalling warning here on Locke, as they will continue with 40 seconds, but Locke gets hit with a stalling warning. She does again. That'll be a point awarded to Peterson, but saying that Bismarck High, again, something to talk about. As good as their boys program has been, their girls program getting some national recognition here early on, Brent.
Yeah, and, I think these wrestlers here, they've been in the programs, or they've been in their programs up there in MatPac and also with the Gorillas. So they've been around wrestling for quite a while, these girls that have nationally ranked.
As Locke able to see Peterson get almost called for a warning, gets a 3-point takedown. Now Locke goes into a pinning position, and there it is with 4 seconds left. And just like we talked about with Iceman and Top Gun, you worked your entire time. You're doing everything perfectly if you're Peterson. Then all of a sudden, here comes a stalling warning, and boom, Locke able to come in and get the 3-point takedown to finish it off with the fall, Brent.
Yeah, that's a classic heavyweight match. A lot of pushing and shoving, and then the explosiveness and the match is over.
As the final will be 57-15 Bismarck High over the Mandan Braves. Let's get to some of our particulars here in this one on our Olson Accounting set recap here, or our match recap. Olson Accounting, let Cindy and her staff give you a hand once you get ready for the couple of months of 2025, which means you have to get your taxes done. And anytime you need to get your taxes done, go to colsoncpa.com. That again is colsoncpa.com. As our Olson Accounting set recap here. Brent, just your particular match one more time between Lisbon and Williston. Just kind of what stood out for you between the Broncos and the Williston Coyotes here.
Just the head-to-head competition. Really, Williston bringing in 8 wrestlers into this dual tournament, but they won the head-to-head matches. They opened up at 100 pounds with a win by fall, and they just kind of rolled the Broncos, and the Broncos able to come back at, it looked like 148 pounds with Violet Heen. She kind of got the Broncos back on the scoreboard, and the Broncos eventually pulled out that win, 48-30. But the Broncos did need a number of forfeits to accumulate enough points to pick up the win today.
Bismarck High Demons earned 7 falls here today, able to pick up the 57-15 win on the opposite side, and doing so rather quickly in one of those. Again, was Phoebe Wade from Bismarck High, wasting very little time, just over a minute, able to get the fall here today. That again is our match recap, brought to you in part by Olson Accounting. Let's now get to our wrestler of the match, brought to you in part by Energy Life. Takes Enbridge Energy for life. Go to enbridge.com for career opportunities. Brent, on your set, who is one of the wrestlers that stood out to you today?
Yeah, my wrestler of the match, my Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match is Violet Heen for the Lisbon Broncos. It's her first year wrestling as a junior, and she came out in this duel and picked up a big pin for the Broncos, tied up the duel. That was at 148 pounds. She won by fall in 47 seconds over Ashlyn Swanson of Williston. So Violet Heen, your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel on mat number 1.
Yeah, our wrestler of the duel on mat number 2, Madison Reams from Bismarck High. Again, just takes one escape to win a match at 170 pounds where it was tough to come by to earn any points. Madison Reams with that 1-point escape is our wrestler of the match on mat number 2. And as we go to our final, our Agassi Precision Egg move of the match, your local precision planting dealer, Agassi Precision Egg in Hillsboro. Call 701-436-2119 or visit planterdoc.com. What is your move of the match on mat number 1?
Yeah, my move of the match for Agassi Egg is Emerson Schwab. She had a nice feet to back takedown, won by fall in 28 seconds in her match. So that goes to Emerson Schwab of the Lisbon Broncos.
And then I'm going to have to give it to Locke at the very end there, just before time ran out in period number 2. As we talked about just moments ago, just waiting for an opportunity, able to take down Peterson, gets a 3-point takedown, wastes very little time, able to finish off as well with the fall. A miss Locke for the Bismarck High Demons at 250 is our move of the match, brought to you in part by Agassi Precision Egg. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back again roughly at the top of the hour, you will have Lisbon and Mandan on mat number 1. Mat number 2 will be Bismarck High and Moorhead. Then mat number 3 will be Williston and West Fargo. Let's quickly take a look at what happened with Bemidji and Moorhead here to see if that one has gone final across the way on the Armory side, and it has. Bemidji with the win, 66-9 over the Moorhead Spuds. So Bemidji, Lisbon, and Bismarck High pick up dual wins here in the first round of duels. We're back after this here at the top of the hour on yourliveevent.com.
Staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
From routine checkups to advanced treatments such as same-day crowns and implants, Southview Dental Care offers personalized care that fits your needs. They are there when you need them most, offering emergency examinations with same-day treatment in most cases. Have a cold sore or canker sore? Southview Dental Care provides laser treatments to address these painful conditions. Schedule your next dental appointment at southviewdentalcare.com. That's southviewdentalcare.com. Southview Dental Care in Moorhead is your dental home.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Every Wednesday night at 7, watch the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show, presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation. Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region, as we'll hear from area coaches in North Dakota and Minnesota. Plus, we'll highlight area high school seniors on their achievements in the classroom and on the court with our Senior Spotlight. That's the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show, presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation, Wednesday nights at 7 on YourLiveEvent.com.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
In Hope, North Dakota, we aren't just a town, we're a community, one that you can be proud of, where you and your family can grow. With available jobs, affordable housing, a golf course and pool, the Sportsman Club, and great educational opportunities. There hasn't been a better time to join the Hope community, ideally located between Fargo, Grand Forks, and Jamestown. For more information, go to www.hopend.com. Live, work, and play in Hope, North Dakota.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
As we return here on YourLiveEvent.com, as both Matt's again getting ready for the second round of duels here. Let's just recap one more time what happened earlier in mat number 1, 48-30 Lisbon over Williston. On mat number 2, you saw Bismarck High defeat the Mandan Braves 57-15, and then on mat number 3, Bemidji over Moorhead 66-9. Here on mat number 3. There are 7 teams that are here, so 6 are in action. 1 team earns a bye, and everybody will earn a bye throughout the course of this dual tournament. Still to come here on mat number 1, Lisbon and Mandan, followed by Moorhead and Mandan, and then Lisbon and West Fargo United will be the nightcap. On mat number 2, Bismarck High goes up against the Moorhead Spuds next. Bismarck High against West Fargo, then BHS against Williston. Then mat number 3 in the Armory will be Williston and West Fargo coming up here just after the top of the hour. Williston, Bemidji, and then Mandan, Bemidji after that. So that again is on mat number 3 in the Armory. This is the 2024 Lisbon Girls Dual Wrestling Tournament here from Lisbon, North Dakota in the Gymnasium and the Armory. Chase Miller alongside Brent Dick with you here for the coverage. For more information, go to our website, yourliveevent.com, or simply subscribe to our YouTube channel, searching Your Live Event. Also today, we have the Carrington Shootout going on, a couple of girls and boys basketball games in Carrington. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll get you ready for round number 2 of the duels here in Lisbon.
Give a gift that's sure to impress this holiday season with a Tommy's Express gift card. Help your family and friends ride into 2025 cleaner than ever with a Tommy Club membership. Your loved one gets unlimited washes at an amazing car wash, and every time they see their beautiful car, they will think of you. And the best part? It's the gift that keeps on giving. Clean, convenient, and always appreciated. Love your holidays. Love your ride. Buy gift cards now at your local Tommy's Express.
Every Wednesday night at 7, watch the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation. Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region, as we'll hear from area coaches in North Dakota and Minnesota. Plus, we'll highlight area high school seniors and their achievements in the classroom and on the court with our Senior Spotlight. That's the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation, Wednesday nights at 7 on YourLiveEvent.com.
This is Chris from Agassi Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Many factors impact your ability to increase profits on the farm. Make sure your planter is an asset and not a liability. Some limiting factors in making the perfect planter pass are row maintenance, meter calibration, and downforce management. It will not cost you anything to have the conversation about identifying solutions for these limiting factors. Agassi Precision Ag, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
When it comes to keeping your home comfortable, Bears Home Solutions has all your needs covered. From expert heating and cooling services to top-notch plumbing and fireplace installations, their team ensures your home stays cozy year-round. Trust their experienced professionals to handle it all efficiently, affordably, and with a smile. Ready to upgrade? Call Bears Home Solutions at 701-365-0365 or check them out on Facebook. Bears Home Solutions, where comfort meets excellence.
Give them the freedom to grow with the peace of mind of security and safety.
Let me do my thing. So get ready, get up, get ready, yeah.
America's Best Checking for students from Bell Bank makes it easy to let them do their thing.
It's what it's all about.
Visit www.bell.bank/student-checking to learn more. Or stop into a branch near you to open an account today.
Let me do my thing.
Bell Bank, member FDIC.
Homegrown Local Radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
As an American family agent, I look out for what matters to you, even when nothing's wrong. This is Chris Heisey. Visit me online at chrisheisey.com. These days, everyone wants to save money. I can show you how easy it is by having multiple policies. By combining your auto and homeowner's insurance, I can put some change back into your pocket. My website again is chrisheisey.com. I want to be your American Family agent.
American Family Insurance.
Say goodbye to boring birthday parties and corporate events and say hello to a supercharged celebration at the Empire Sports Complex in Fargo with their epic bounce houses that's guaranteed to have your guests jumping for joy at the Empire Sports Complex. Their bounce houses are the ultimate party starter, but don't wait too long to book. Go online now to empirefargo.org. That's empirefargo.org or call 701-318-4161 for your next birthday party or corporate event. The Empire Sports Complex in Fargo.
Chase Miller and Brent Dick broadcasting from the Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth here today in Lisbon. On mat number 1, again, we will just about ready to talk with the captains here with Lisbon and Mandan. The captains have spoken between Bismarck High and Moorhead on mat number 2. Then you're going to have Williston in West Fargo here, mat number 3, going up against one another. I guess the biggest thing, Brent, what was your biggest takeaway from just the first round of action that we saw here on the girls' side? Biggest takeaway, I guess, from the 4 teams that we were able to see again here just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, just the good head-to-head competition. As far as the Lisbon-Williston duel, it was a lot of pins. So the girls are really aggressive out there looking for that fall, and you have to have that mindset, especially working in these duels. I mean, those bonus point wins, and that's what's going to push you through some of these closer duels, are those bonus point wins. So maybe your strategy is just a little bit different wrestling duels than an individual tournament, and it's good for them to get that experience.
Able to have 7 teams make their way down to Lisbon for the holidays. Obviously, there's a flurry of basketball tournaments. You're able to get enough wrestling as well. Next year on the calendar, Christmas, by the way, is on a Thursday. I don't know if that's good or bad for the work side of things, Brent, or not, but you got the 4th of July on a Friday, which I think's the best. Then you can get a couple of business days done and then just enjoy the weekend once you get done with Thursday, right?
Yep.
Where Christmas on a Thursday, that's going to be interesting for the 26th and 27th to see some of these holiday tournaments. When do you play them? What days do you move stuff around? When do people go back for school, not go back for school? Some are going back on the 2nd this year. Others are going on the 5th. So next year not going to be any nicer, I think, with the holiday being on a Thursday, so to speak.
Yeah, maybe you just change the format a little bit. Come in on a Saturday and, have your tournament that day. So, yeah, it'll be a little bit challenging for the athletic directors to set that up next year.
That's one thing I'm glad that we don't have to worry about. And you and I were chatting about this, too, earlier today during the setup. Sometimes during this time of the year, we've seen ice storms. We've seen snow blizzards. Obviously, with teams like Williston and Bemidji, just as those two as an example, traveling the farthest. Well, if you have a snowstorm in Bemidji, you're not going to be able to make it down here. So how does that impact a dual tournament then throughout the course of a particular day? Fortunate enough, knock on wood, that you had some pretty good weather here in this one.
Yeah, you look at years past this weekend, after Christmas heading into New Year's, it seems like it's a stormy weekend, but we're fortunate enough to have high temperatures in the high 30s, low 40s today.
And not too shabby as they are continuing to fine-tune the schedules and also the lineups here. We're going to take one more break, and when we come back, actually, we will stay here. The Lisbon Broncos about ready to get underway as both wrestlers are making their way to the center of the match. If that's the case, we don't want to miss any of the wrestling coverage here between Lisbon and Mandan. Again, Mandan early on, good start against Bismarck High. Then Bismarck High won a flurry of pins to finish them off. So, Brent, we'll let you take it away.
Yeah, the Scout Friedrichs for the Lisbon Broncos, Anna Weigel for the Mandan Braves out there wrestling. 7th grader versus an 8th grader out there. Broncos Friedrichs with the 3-point takedown, goes right away to a cradle, clamps down over the top, turns over Friedrichs turns over Weigel. Working for a fall, just has to scoop those hips out just a little bit to flatten the shoulders, but she'll have a 7-0 lead after that 4-point near fall. We do start this duel at 106 pounds. Our first one opened at about 100, and we'll just continually work our weights up for these starting or opening matches in these duels. This one starting at 106. Fredericks working for the fall. Nice high bridge out of Weigel. She's able to get back belly down. 4-point near fall now, 7-0. Now 11-0 is your score. Fredericks working for a more near fall. Has Waggle flattened out now, kind of north-south over the top. And the slap by the official and a pin for Scout Fredericks. Open up the duel for the Broncos. They'll take the early 6-0 lead.
Over in the armory between Williston and West Fargo United, they are humming along. Already at 136 pounds, start at the 106-pound weight class. It's West Fargo United 18, Williston 12 so far as they're making their way again to 136 pounds. Here on mat number 2, still have yet to get underway here between the Moorhead Spuds and Bismarck High Demons. But mat number 1 off to a rousing start there, Brent, with the fall.
Yeah, the Broncos with that pin by Scout Fredericks. They're up now 6-0. And Maddie Krellin stepping on the mat for the Broncos. This is on mat number 1 action at 112 pounds.
Started to get underway here at 106 pounds. Bismarck High looks like they will be open. So the Moorhead Spuds will take the forfeit and take a 6-0 lead on the Bank North scoreboard here via the forfeit as we make our way to 112 pounds.
In mat number 1, still scoreless in the first period. Minute 37 on the clock. That's Maddie Krellin, the 7th grader for the Broncos, wrestling Leela Balon of Mandan, an 8th grader. So another 7th grade, 8th grade matchup. This time the Broncos with the 7th grader. Still scoreless. Now a 3-point takedown for Krellin. And she's working a half Nelson and a potentially dangerous call. So 1 point, or I should say a technical violation. Now the score is 3-1 as the violation against Krellin. 1 point awarded to Balon of Mandan Braves.
Anna Regis will take the 6 points and the forfeit again at 106 pounds as we make our way to 112 pounds here between Bismarck High and the Moorhead Spuds.
Her dual score 6-0. Scout Fredericks for the Broncos opened up with a pin in the duel. Krellin with the 3-1 lead in the match. Here on mat number 1 getting a little bit high. She works a crossface. Now is going to try to spin around the top and pull those shoulders over on Bellin.
Marley Martz wastes 0 time for the 7th grader here for the Moorhead Spuds with a 3-point takedown off the whistle going up against Fuchs here, the 8th grader from Bismarck High, and takes a 3-0 lead early.
Yeah, Krellin with that crossface screwdriver locks up the near fall. So she does have 4 near fall coming, trying to work for the pin here at 112 pounds on mat number 1 with 38 seconds remaining in the first period.
Marley Martz will work up top here against Fuchs, who is on the bottom. Fuchs trying to earn the escape here, and Martz has a good handle on her.
And the 7th grader for the Broncos working for the pin. Another nice high bridge by Bellin Amandan. She gets back up to her base. And 4 points awarded. Your score now 7-1 in favor of Krellin for the Broncos.
Fuchs does get the escape, but then we get a 3-point takedown for Martz after she cut her loose. It's now 6-1, 45 seconds into the match.
The final 5 seconds, Krellin now up 11-1. She's working a crossface, trying to break down Bellin at the end of the period. She'll take the 11-1 lead into the second on mat 1.
As Martz continues to ride up top on Fuchs here, 60 seconds into the first period. A couple of takedowns has given her the 6-1 lead. Again, a 7th grader going up against an 8th grader here. So some middle school wrestlers getting an opportunity at the varsity side to get on a dual tournament setting here in Lisbon.
Yeah, mat number 1 at the start of the second period. Krellin in the top position for the Broncos, wearing that white singlet with the red leg trim. Tried to crossface on Bellin, but Bellin able to hip heist around. Now Krellin's able to catch her, throws her over to her back, picks up some near fall, has 2 near fall coming, and it's a 13-2 lead for Krellin on mat 1.
As right now, Martz able to work back up top of Fuchs. Fuchs trying to get the escape. Martz able to get back on top here.
Krellin still working in the top position. She has a 13-2 lead as Bellin tries to stand up. Works towards that far edge of the mat. Now Krellin breaks her down, spins her back towards the center on mat number 1.
We will head to the second period here from the Moorhead Spuds. Marley Martz with a 6-1 lead over Laura Lee Fuchs here from Bismarck High.
And now a minute remaining in her second period. 13-2 lead for Krellin. She has a half Nelson locked up. She flips over Bellin, but Bellin reverses it. A 2-point reversal. Krellin a little bit high on that. Bellin able to score the 2-point reversal and a 2 near fall, so it's 13-4. So 2 reversal, 2 near fall. And now Krellin hits the Peterson roll. She'll pick up the 2 reversal. 15-4 is your score as she's trying to hit some near fall with 30 seconds remaining in the second period.
Over on mat number 2 right now, still Martz and Fuchs in that neutral position where they started. That's where they still are right now, even though Fuchs trying to get the headlock on Martz and Chiefs can get a takedown.
McCrellan with that 15-4 lead now with 15 seconds remaining. He's still working in the top position, gets high just a little bit. And Bellin rolls over, 2-point reversal now, scores 15-6 on mat number 2.
As Martz goes in for a shot, Fuchs is able to block it enough, and now trying to get Martz with a hand.
As Krellin at the end of the period, she's rolled over to her back by Bellin. Bellin was working for the fall, but Krellin escapes, gets into the third period, now 15-6 as she was rewarded 2 near fall. Krellin has to work to finish out this match. She's up by 9, but 15-6 is your score. She's in the bottom position to start the third.
As Martz right now able to take a 3-point takedown against Fuchs and take a 9-1 advantage. 50 seconds left here in period number 2. She'll try to see if she can bring Fuchs to the back, but every time Fuchs has got to this position, she's been able to do a good job not allowing Martz to roll her over.
Yeah, the official on top of that action at the end of the period. There's 2 seconds left, and Krellin was rolled over to her back, but now at the start of the third, Krellin trying to roll through, catches the head of Bellin, but rolls her over, trying to work for the reversal. Still 15-9, or 15-9 now is your score. They updated the score. She did pick up more near fall. 15-9. Now Krellin working for the fall. That's on mat number 1. And the win by fall for Maddie Krellin as she holds on, gets into the third period, and wins by fall at 112 pounds.
Fuchs was just given a stalling warning here for Bismarck High. There is 3 seconds left in the period, and it will be a 9-1 advantage going to period number 3. Marley Martz so far with 3 takedowns. That has been the difference as we head to the third period.
On mat number 1, it was the 7th grader Maddie Krellin winning by fall over Leila Bellin of Mandan. Broncos now take the 12-0 lead going into 118 pounds, going into 112 pounds on mat number 1.
Fuchs will start in the top position as Martz will be in the bottom position. Martz able to come up and earn the escape, now a 10-1 advantage. It's 6-0 Moorhead on the team duel side. This is just our first true match after a forfeit at 106 pounds and a 3-point takedown for Martz yet again, and she's been in a very similar position against Fuchs, riding up top here for the majority of this match at 13-1.
The Broncos will pick up a forfeit at 112 pounds for Addison Booman. Broncos now with the 18-0 lead over the Mandan Braves on mat number 1.
Fuchs is in an interesting position with Martz here. If Martz cuts her loose, she gives up a point, but has a chance for a takedown. Then it'll be 16-2. Maybe you get some near fall. But right now, not worrying about the tech fall, trying to get the final couple of points here for Martz and the Moorhead Spuds to try to take a 12-0 lead if they can earn the pin.
And match underway on mat number 1. Still scoreless with 1:50 remaining in the first period.
Stalling warning again for Fuchs, so you'll have 1 point here for Martz. So it's now 14-1. And all of a sudden you can give up that escape if you want, go for the takedown. You could earn the tech fall that way. Fuchs continues to work a little bit on the bottom, trying to see if Martz maybe gets a little bit too much of her weight across on the top.
And mat number 1, Arlie Romerman for the Broncos, Bailey Campbell for the Mandan Braves. Romerman shoots in on a single leg. Nice sprawl by Campbell. She flattens out Romerman, spins around for the 3-point takedown on mat 1.
As on mat number 2, 25 seconds left here for Fuchs, and Fuchs just hasn't been able to get out of the grasp of Martz once Marley has been able to work up top here for the Moorhead Spuds. 15 seconds remaining here in the third period. Looks like Martz will take a 14-1 win.
And still 3-0 on mat number 1 with 50 seconds remaining in that first period. That's Campbell for Mandan in the top position, works a crossface up over the top, trying to cradle up Romerman. Romerman doing a little hand fighting and they're trying to stretch out, but Campbell's able to squeeze those elbows together, working on that cradle on that one.
Oh, Fuchs does a good job not allowing a tech fall or a pin. It will be a major decision, however, though, for Marley Martz, says the Moorhead Spuds early on with a 10-0 lead over the Bismarck High Demons after 2 weight classes.
And now looks like Romerman momentarily started to get up to her feet, but Campbell able to push her back down to the mat. Now working up over a cow catcher, has the arm scooped across the back and just trying to bulldog a Romerman over to her back as time will expire. Down to 4 seconds remaining. Romerman stands up to her feet, and the 1-point escape. Now 3-1's your score going into the second.
From the Armory, it's 24-12 West Fargo United over Williston, going to 148 pounds. here on mat number 2. You have Rylan Reams from Bismarck High going up against Aparo here for the Moorhead Spuds, the freshman. And early on, you do get a couple of points on the takedown here for Reams. It's now 3-0.
And start of the second period, it's 3-1 here at 124 pounds between Arlie Romerman against Bailey Campbell. Campbell catches the arm and now just trying to push over. Romerman to her back, has the shoulders exposed and working for the foul for the Mandan Braves on mat number 1.
And speaking of a fall, Reams able to earn it 36 seconds in at 118 pounds. And Bismarck High Demons are on the board, thanks in part to a Rylan Reams pin.
And the win by fall on mat number 1 for Bailey Campbell over Arlie Romerman of the Broncos. That was the result on mat 1. Now an 18-6 dual score. Broncos lead by 12.
As we work our way up another weight class here on mat number 2 between Bismarck and the Moorhead Spuds. 106, 112, and 118 has so far surpassed as we get to 124 pounds.
And the Broncos open at 130 pounds, so they'll add 6 more points. Now 18-12 is your dual score going into 136 pounds on mat 1.
Mat number 2, Mugabe here for the Bismarck High Demons going up against Ariana Vargas here, the 8th grader from the Moorhead Spuds. Mugabe able to earn a win for the Bismarck High Demons at 3-5 so far coming in. Back against the Mandan Braves.
And match just underway here at 136 pounds with Emerson Schwab for the Broncos. Returning state place winner for Lisbon. Should say returning 2-time state place winner for Lisbon.
Bismarck right now in a little bit of a headlock here for Mugabe. Mugabe working on the near side, trying to bring down Vargas to the mat and finish that takedown.
And mat 1, Schwab for the Broncos, Elizabeth Hook for the Mandan Braves. Dual score right now is 18-12 as Schwab's in on a single leg. Hook doing a good job sprawling out. And now Schwab into the forklift position, trying to bulldog over those legs. Both wrestlers back up to their feet on mat 1.
As we are 3-0 with the advantage here for the Moorhead Spuds, for the Bismarck High Demons. With a 3-0 advantage here for Mugabe with the 3-point takedown. She will start in the top position.
And it was Elizabeth Hook in on another high crotch shot on Schwab, but Schwab does a good job sprawling out. Picks up the 3-point takedown. She's up 3-0, working a crossface screwdriver, trying to pull over Hook. Hook doing a good job now defending. No near fall given up at this point.
As Mugabe starting in the top position here, Vargas trying to get through the grip of Mugabe potentially here, but Mugabe does a good job getting back to the top and just kind of riding her out right now with the last 15 seconds here of the period, trying to see if she can turn Vargas over.
Yes, Hook stands up to her feet. The 1-point escape now. 3-1 lead for Schwab. Nice snap down by Hook, trying to turn the corner at the end of this period with 15 seconds remaining. 3-1 for Schwab. Schwab's going to run into Hook, catches her on her back. Another 3-point takedown. 6-1, picking up near fall at the end of the period on mat 1.
You will get 4 points on the near fall takedown here for Mugabe. Nearly earned the pin, but time on the side of Vargas here to get to period number 2.
As Elizabeth Hook for the Mandan Braves makes it into the second period. Schwab with the big lead now up 10-1. Both wrestlers out there returning state place winners. Elizabeth Hook for Mandan placed 6th at the state tournament last year at 118. And Schwab for the Broncos placed 3rd last year at the state tournament for Lisbon at 130 pounds.
Mugabe going right on Vargas again, kind of working that wing a little bit, trying to bring her back over as she did to end the first period, trying to do the same here in the second period. It is a 10-6 dual score lead here for the Moorhead Spuds.
And off the whistle to start the second period, Schwab in the bottom position. Hook with the chop of the arm. Now Schwab's going to hit a Peterson. Second time we've seen that out of the Broncos tonight, this time out of Emerson Schwab. As she secures the reversal, still has that arm across the back in that hammerlock position on mat 1. Schwab's up now 12-1 over Hook from Mandan.
Mugabe now earning some near fall points, trying to finish it off with a pin. And there it is, the fall coming in the second period at the 112 mark here in period number 2 as Mugabe for the Bismarck High Demons picks up 6 points for Bismarck High.
And Hook stands up to her feet. She catches Schwab in the head and arm. Has Schwab going down to the mat. Schwab able to get back to her base. Now we're score 12-2 or 12-3 on the reversal by Hook. 12-3 is your score. She has Schwab in a cradle trying to roll her over on the edge of the mat.
As we will make our way now to 130 pounds here on mat number 2. Bismarck High with a 12-10 advantage. Lay accounts here for the Moorhead Spuds, the freshman, going up against Phoebe Wade, the junior here from Bismarck High.
At 136 pounds now, scores 12-3 as Hook had Schwab rolled over in a cradle. They're called out here for the restart. Schwab broke back down with a minute remaining in the second period. 12-3 is your lead for Emerson Schwab on that one.
Phoebe Wade already with the three-point takedown, now working some near-fall points here against Counts, as Counts is trying to get back across the base here as Phoebe Wade continues to work and trying to bring Counts back down for the shoulders for the fall here for Bismarck High on the near side.
And Schwab had the 10-1 lead going into the second period. Now Hook trying to claw her way back into the match.
As Wade earns back-to-back falls here for Bismarck, this coming at the 109 mark of the first period. It's now 18-10 after the Phoebe Wade fall here for Bismarck High.
Elizabeth Hook down by 9. She's in the top position working on Schwab. We have a stalemate call. Wrestler sent back to the center of the mat for the restart on mat 1 at 136 pounds.
The Williston and West Fargo United update. It's 29-18 West Fargo United as they go to 170 pounds over Williston.
And back for that restart off the whistle. Schwab stands up, turns away from Hook, tried to hit that standing Peterson, not able to turn the corner. 12-3 is your score at the final 10 seconds of the second period.
Maggie Theogis from Bismarck High, the freshman, going up against Hazel Anderson from Moorhead, the 8th grader here at 136 pounds. Already a three-point takedown for Theogis as Theogis continues to ride up top a little bit here on Anderson 30 seconds into the period.
Yeah, at the end of the second period, it's 12-3 your score. Schwab still in the lead over Hook from Mandan. She chooses that bottom position to start her third period.
As Maggie Theogis right now seeing Anderson trying to get back to her base, but able to flip Anderson over currently. Brings her back down to the center of the mat, and there's the pin. 3 falls in a row here for the Bismarck High Demons as they take a 24-10 advantage here against the Moorhead Spuds.
And Elizabeth Hook in control in the top position. Schwab, not much action on the bottom. She spent the last last part of that second period and all this first part, start of the third period. Not much activity on the bottom. Looking to pick up a stall warning here as Hook just trying to stay active on top and turn.
Paige Baumgartner here from Bismarck High going up against Ava Hughes from the Moorhead Spuds. Hughes the senior, Baumgartner the junior here for BHS.
And still 12-3 is your score with a minute 10 remaining in the third period. Schwab for the Broncos in the lead. She's currently in that bottom position. Hook just working on top. Not able to get much going offensively in that top position as Schwab just kind of hunkered down in the mat.
As you will see right now, the Bismarck High Demons with Paige Baumgartner here in Hughes, kind of just in a little bit of a locked horns as there's a shot here for Baumgartner, able to get the three-point takedown, and now she'll work up top, up 3-0, 45 seconds into the period.
As Elizabeth Hook now changes tactics, she lets Schwab up 13-3. Schwab's up by 10. Hook looking for the big throw to close things out. Now Schwab hits the head and arm on Elizabeth Hook, working for the fall. She has her down, flattened out on the edge of the mat, and the pin for Emerson Schwab of the Broncos on mat 1.
And you also earn a pin here on mat number 2. Paige Baumgartner with the fall at the 102 mark of the first period. The Bismarck High Demons continue to roll right now on mat number 2 with a 30-10 dual score lead.
In the dual score on mat number 1, 24-12, the Broncos with the lead going into that 142-pound match coming up on mat 1.
It's the 2024 Lisbon Girls Team Dual Tournament here on your liveevent.com here today as we head to another round here on mat number 2 between the Moorhead Spuds and the Bismarck High Demons. Coming up next, we will have Moorhead and Mandan on mat number 1. Mat number 2 will be Bismarck and West Fargo United. Mat number 2, Adrian Turner here from Bismarck High, the sophomore, going up against Brooke Friddle here, the freshman from the Moorhead Spuds. And you get a three-point takedown here for Turner 20 seconds into the match. As Turner continues to right up top on Friddle. Now Friddle with some work to do here, trailing 3-0 here at 148 pounds.
Yeah, match just underway on mat number 1. That's Veda Carbon for the Broncos out here at 142 pounds. Has a takedown, working for the pin. That's your action on mat number 1.
Still 3-0 here for the sophomore in Turner. She nearly had an opportunity to get some fall points, but Brooke Friddle able to get back to her base a little bit here. But Turner right now well in control here in this first period.
And Veda Carbon with that 3-0 lead has the half Nelson. Kind of work the power half on the top position.
And you do get a fall here for Turner, able to spin Friddle back over, and she earns the fall at the 51-second mark. And the Bismarck High Demons with another 6 points via the fall take a 36-10 lead.
Here Carbon for the Broncos with the 3-0 lead. A minute remaining in this first period, wrestling Tika Heinert of Mandan. She has the 3-0 lead, now working a crossface in that top position. The Broncos lead the duel 24-12. And now another crossface screwdriver hooked up by Carbon as she gets Heinert turned over. Had the shoulders exposed for a count, but not able to hold her there for the 2 count. She still has a 3-0 lead on that one.
Adarojo on for here, the Bismarck High Demons, the sophomore going up against Lydia Wickman, the freshman from Moorhead, and already 3 points on the way here for Adarojo. For Julia for the Bismarck High Demons, does give up an escape then to Wickman to make it 3-1.
And still 3-0 is your score. Carbon in control in the top position. Has worked a couple crossfaces, now working on the crossface cradle. Here under 5 seconds remaining in that period. She'll take the 3-0 lead into the second on that one.
As you see, Adarojo here with a 3-point takedown does give up the escape then to Wickman. It's 6-2 points in a flurry here in the opening 40 seconds on mat number 2.
His Carbon with choice. She'll defer going into that second period. Heinert with the choice. She chooses neutral to start this second period.
Another 3-point takedown here for Julia. Now a 9-2 called for, then potentially dangerous move. So 9-2 here on mat number 2 with 53 seconds left in period number 1. Bismarck High with a 36-10 score here on the team dual set.
Here, dual score on mat number 1, 24-12 in favor of the Broncos. We're at 142 pounds with Veda Carbon wrestling Tika Heinert for the Mandan Braves. Carbon with the 3-0 lead, little snap down, go behind takedown. She has the 6-0 lead, goes right away to the half Nelson. So good combination wrestling by Carbon, not able to turn Heinert. Now goes to a power half. That's on mat number 1.
Adarojo here, Julia earns the fall at the 38-second mark in period number 1. It's 42-10 here in favor of Bismarck High.
And the win by fall for Veda Carbon with the Lisbon Broncos. Minute 15 mark in that second period, put 6 more points on the board. Broncos now up in the duel 30-12 on mat 1.
As we will go now to 170 pounds here on mat number 2. 170, 190, 250, and 100 still yet to go here on mat number 2 between Bismarck High and the Moorhead Spuds.
And we are going into 148 pounds on mat number 1. That dual score 30-12. Wrestlers still waiting for them to check into the head table on mat number 1.
Madison Reams here for Bismarck High just pushes Kaylee Peterson from Moorhead out of the ring here to open up this first period. Peterson, the 8th grader from Moorhead. Reams, the sophomore here for BHS. 12 seconds into the match as we will have a restart in the neutral position.
And mat number 1, the Broncos will receive a forfeit. 6 more points in the duel for Lisbon. 36-12 is the dual score.
As we will get stalled for a warning here for Peterson and Moorhead right now as Madison Reams in full attack mode early on.
And 155, 6 points go to the Mandan Braves. As the Broncos are open at 155. 36-18, now your dual scores. Broncos with the 18-point lead on mat 1.
As Reams right now trying to see if she has that opportunity to take a chance at that ankle or that leg. Continues to move Peterson back. Peterson not giving too much in return. Peterson does try to make a move, blocked there by Reams. Reams now will work around for a 3-point takedown.
And wrestlers checked in here on mat 1. Action just underway at 170 pounds.
Reams up top. continues to work here against Peterson. Trying to see if she can bring Peterson over on a little bit of a cradle, but Peterson able to get back to her base.
And that's Ava Carblum for the Broncos. Third-place state winner at the state tournament last year, wrestling Alexis Storsved for Mandan. Storsved, returning state champion for the Mandan Braves. That's your match on mat number 1.
Still 3-0, 30 seconds left here on mat number 2. Reams in control, trying to see if she can bring Peterson across and finish it off with the fall.
Yeah, Storsved with a nice level change, doubles up on Carblum, turns the corner for the three-point takedown. She has the early 3-0 lead with 1:15 on the clock.
Trying to see the upper body strength of Reams, trying to get Peterson over, but Peterson able just to continue with that base, going to spread out right now. As this one continues into the second, probably might get stalled for another warning potential, but still 3-0 as we head to period number 2.
Yeah, nice little quad pod stand-up by Carblum. Still no points awarded with the escape. As Storsved controls her, takes her back down to the mat. Still 3-0 is your score on mat number 1.
Started neutral here in period number 2 again. 3-0 Madison Reams over Peterson here from Moorhead. The team dual scores 42-10 in favor of the Bismarck High Demons.
Our dual score 36-18 in favor of the Broncos on mat number 1. We're at 170 pounds. Returning state champion for the Mandan Braves, Alexis Storsved, taking on Ava Carblum, returning state place winner. That score is 3-0 in the first period with 24 seconds remaining on the clock. Storsved working on a half Nelson, turns Carblum over, now working for the fall on mat 1.
Do get a 6-0 lead with a 3-point takedown here for Reams.
And Storsved winner by fall off that half Nelson. Puts 6 more points on the scoreboard for the Mandan Braves. Now 36-24 is your score on mat 1.
Here at 170 pounds, again, Madison Reams been well in control over the Moorhead Spuds from the start of this match. As Reams is trying to pin her back over, able to toss her across and earns another fall here for Bismarck High, coming at the 110 mark here of period number 2 as Madison Reams earns another 6 points for BHS, and the Demons take a 48-10 advantage.
And coming up on 190 pounds on mat number 1. That action just underway.
Bismarck High Demons via the forfeit will take it on the next one, and then we'll have a chance at the heavyweight at 250. Final from the Armory, West Fargo United with a 53-24 win over Williston, so United picks up a win over Williston.
And mat number 190 pounds for the Broncos, Cora Ulster. For Mandan Braves, Lainey Yoakum, a junior wrestling the 8th grader in Yoakum. That's your matchup here on mat number 1 at 190 pounds.
54-10 as we reach the 250-pound weight class here. Heavyweights, Lilia Lugo will earn the win via forfeit here for Bismarck High at 190 pounds. And it looks like Bismarck High will earn another forfeit win here as the Moorhead Spuds are also open at 250 pounds as we will head to now the 100-pound weight class here to finish things off.
And still scoreless on mat number 1. Couple returning state place winners. Yoakum for the Mandan Braves placed 3rd last year at 155 pounds. And Ulster for the Lisbon Broncos, an 8th place finisher at the state tournament at 190 pounds. Wrestlers just locked horns in the center of the mat, doing a lot of pushing, trading collar ties and hand and wrist ties early on mat number 1.
Again, 250 pounds. Locke will earn the win via the forfeit, and it looks like the Bismarck High Demons, the Moorhead Spuds here, will have a win here for the Moorhead Spuds via the forfeit as well at 100 pounds. So your final on the team dual numbers on the Bank North scoreboard, Bismarck High 60-16 over the Moorhead Spuds.
And now final 15 seconds of this first period. And scoreless between Ulster and Yoakum of the Mandan Braves. And a little snap down by Yoakum as Ulster still holding that center of the mat. Final 5 seconds tick off the clock. We'll go into the second period scoreless at 190 pounds.
So the only match still going right now is yours, Brent, on match number 1 here for our second round. Round number 3, Moorhead Mandan on mat number 1. BHS West Fargo on 2, and Williston Bemidji over in the Armory.
Yeah, so far only 2 open weights by each teams in this match, or 1 for each team in this matchup. So looking to field a 12-match duel right now. That's Yoakum with the armbar hooked up on Ulster. Ulster in a little bit of trouble trying to counter, stands up as Yoakum forces her back down to the mat with 1:42 remaining in this second period. Yoakum with a lot of pressure on the shoulder. Ulster doing all she can just to hold her base, and that's Yoakum's going to roll her over, has her flattened out. Pick up some near falls. She will score the first points of this match. She'll have an early lead in that second period. She'll pick up 4 near fall. Ulster trying to bridge out of this and get back to her base. Your dual score 36-24 as Mandan starting to get back into this duel. Broncos up at 1 point, 36-12. Then it was 36-18. Now 6 more points after that match at 170 pounds, 36-24. As Ulster trying to bridge out, rolls back the other way, rolls into Storsved now. Or excuse me, into Yoakum. Yoakum leaning back. Has Ulster tightening up their pinning combination, the win by fall for Yoakum over Core Ulster. 36-30 going into our heavyweight match. We'll come back after heavyweight for the 100-pound matchup. But big match coming here at heavyweight.
As we will get an exhibition match going on mat number 2 here between Bismarck High and the Moorhead Spuds as well. Again, this would just be an exhibition match, as again 60-16 was your final for BHS.
And Ellis Ag going out for the Broncos at heavyweight. Wait to see who checked in for the Mandan Braves. They do have a returning state qualifier and J.C. Peterson on their squad. So this could be sad against Peterson. It is, as the duels 36-30, the Broncos with the 6-point lead. So Sad and Peterson just pushing each other around the mat, work it out into collar ties. Little snap down by Sad as she's going to try to push that elbow up and duck around behind Peterson. And down to a minute 20 remaining. The Broncos with the 6-point lead in the duel. So Mandan getting back into this match. They pick up pins at 170 and 190 pounds. That's a little duck under, goal behind, but no points awarded. Peterson hit pipes back around and faces into Ellis Ad. And Peterson tried a little head and arm on Sad. Both wrestlers with a little offensive attack, but another duck under attempt by Sad. Peterson hip pipes back around, faces Sad as the wrestlers locked up in collar ties, still pushing on each other back to the center of the mat with 28 seconds remaining in the first period. Mandan thinking match strategy, looking for big points, bonus points off of this win if they can secure it with Peterson. Sad could put this duel out of reach if she picks up a win by decision. And that'll end the first period. Still scoreless now going into the second. Looks like it's Mandan's choice. They choose the top position to start this second period. Sad in the bottom position, Peterson on top to start. And the stand up here by Sad, working for the escape. And the 1-point escape now. She takes the early 1-0 lead, a minute 50 into that second period. And wrestlers getting aggressive, a lot of hand pushing and shoving to the face out there. Wrestlers back up now, getting back into rhythm, working that stance motion, tied up in the collar ties.
And did see a 1-0 finish earlier between Bismarck High and Mandan in a match, and we see a little blood time here, I think, for the first time today, Brent, between our matches.
It is the first time. Normally you kind of get a few more of those during a duel, but so far I think we're fortunate so far.
As again, blood time here today between the Lisbon Broncos and the Mandan Braves here on YourLiveEvent.com. And this one just got a lot more interesting over the last couple of rounds, and still have this one to finish off. Then obviously you go from heavyweight to the 100-pound weight class and see how quickly Elise can kind of get all fine-tuned up here for Lisbon.
Yeah, the Broncos looked like they had a nice lead up 36-12, and Mandan slowly worked their way back into this one, picking up those pins, back-to-back pins, and making things interesting as we hit our last 2 weight classes. Elisad for the Broncos with that escape in the second period has the 1-0 lead, but still a lot of time left in this match for the Mandan Braves and Peterson.
A little blood time here, still over 4 minutes for them to work on sand here for the Lisbon Broncos. As you see West Fargo United coming back into the main arena here at the Lisbon Gymnasium after going up against Bemidji in the Armory. On our next round, you'll have Lisbon be the one team that'll have the bye. And then later on tonight, the Moorhead Spuds, they'll be able to get on back to Moorhead a little bit earlier on as they have the bye on the last round. 4 rounds today, 3 rounds tomorrow for the 2024 Lisbon Girls Dual Wrestling Tournament.
As blood time looks like blood time is cut. And Sad back out on the mat. Things underway. Now, 1:31 on the clock in that second period. She has the 1-0 lead. Wrestlers on their feet. Right away, Sad goes into a collar tie. Nice little snap down by Peterson. Sad quickly up to her feet. No points awarded. Still 1-0 is your score off of that whistle on the restart. Now 1:10 remaining. The wrestlers here are at heavyweight with a minute on the clock. Has the 1-0 lead for Elisad. Still locked up in the collar tie position in that middle of the mat, pushing each other around. Just trying to work in for any kind of advantage. You've seen Sad a number of times on her feet in that first period, trying to work that duck under to a goal behind. And Peterson more working that head and arm combination. Another snap down attempt by Peterson. Sad's able to stand back up. Now down to 30 seconds. Still 1-0 lead. Big match in this duel. Sad able to secure the victory. And that'll clinch the duel for the Broncos. Still have 1 weight class after this. Here's Sad with another head and arm attempt. We've seen Sad with more of the offensive attacks in that first and second period here with Peterson. Now final second ticks off the clock. Going into the third, it's Sad's choice. She'll choose the top position as we look like we have more blood time on mat number 1. 1-0 lead for Elisad. So Sad looks like she'll start that third period, the final period of this match, in that top position. Another tactic kind of used by the heavyweights. They have a little bit more leverage in the top, a little harder mobility-wise to get off the bottom. And the top wrestler seems to have the advantage here for the heavyweights. But Sad in that second period able to get off the bottom with the first 5 seconds, stood right up, secured that 1-point escape. She has the 1-0 lead. So working through it with the official, finishing up our blood time. Matt Cruz still out there taking care of business as action now underway. In that third period, 1-0 lead for Sad. As the score table has to switch over that blood time. You see that once in a while, still have to switch over from the blood time into the match time. And once that number stops flashing on that scoreboard, they should have it reset.
All the small little fine details of, so you want to be a scoreboard operator, Brent, whether it's wrestling or basketball, football, name your thing, especially with track wrestling, which I know track wrestling's been really good for fans afar to still stay involved in a multitude of ways, obviously for guys like yourself and myself to know who's physically there, especially we're up in a crow's nest, to know who the actual wrestlers are when they check in.
Yeah, we have a good vantage point up here. We can see what's going on with the scores table and on the mats, and then also track wrestling on their computers. And this is off the whistle. Sad right away works to the ankle on Peterson. Peterson's going to quad pod up here. Sad's able to clamp back down. Down to 1:50 remaining in the third period. Sad working a half Nelson on the far side. Peterson still able to hold her base. Now working Back up over the top, and that has that forearm trying to push that head down to the mat, work the power half on Peterson. Now goes here to the near side. Down to minute 23 remaining. Elisad for the Broncos in that top position has the 1-0 lead. So Peterson in the bottom still holding her base, not able to do much right now. It's just the attacks keep coming to that head and arm by Sad on Peterson. So J.C. Peterson returning state qualifier for Mandan. She's down by 1 as now Sad gets a little bit high. See if Peterson can take advantage of that, as Sad was just a little bit out of position. You want to wrestle behind the armpits and the elbows in that top position. She got a little high, now able to get back around behind Peterson. Goes for the half Nelson on the far side. Still 1-0 is your score, down to 30 seconds remaining. Coaches for the Broncos down on the mat at times, giving encouragement to the wrestler in the top position, down 1-0 or up 1-0. Final 15 seconds here for Peterson and Sad. And Sad can secure the victory here with the win by decision as she's trying to close this one out down the final 5 seconds. Now able to break down Peterson belly down, and she will pick up that 1-0 win for the Broncos and help the Broncos here secure the dual victory with one match remaining here at 100 pounds. That's a 1-0 win for Elisad.
A large 3 points, as you alluded to, just that escape again, right? You get that 1 point for the escape, and we've seen that a couple of times today be the difference in a particular match.
Yeah, that's a tough way to wrestle, up by 1 point or down by 1 point. You know, it's just, you just got to keep working out there, and that's what Sad did. So she just kept on working that whole 2 minutes and was able to keep Peterson down. And here now at 100 pounds, the final match at Melina Rebson for the Broncos out there at 100 pounds. She's trying to put a little exclamation point on this duel for the Broncos. They have the 39-30 lead. Here's Rebson and Brooklyn, the friends for the Mandan Braves. Well, the friends kind of pushing into Rebson, has her backing up towards the edge of the mat. Now nice high crotch to Fireman's, throws Rebson over. Rebson able to recover. So Melina Rebson for the Broncos back up to her feet. Nice high crotch shot to a Fireman's by LaFriends. Kind of let go of that arm, wasn't able to secure the takedown. Goal goes back into that Fireman's. This time she has Rebson going to her hip and the 3-point takedown. She went back to her high crotch shot, secures the takedown. She has the 3-0 lead, rewarded for her efforts. And works a half. Nelson working the edge of the mat. She has a half buried in deep on Rebson. Rebson just trying to reach up, head up, and look away and peel, but not able to peel off that half Nelson as LaFriends has it buried in deep and is going to pull a dragger up over her hip. Try to stretch out Rebson. Down to 27 seconds remaining, still driving on that half Nelson. Has that far wrist caught. Rebson wearing down a little bit. Now able to counter out of it, peels the half off. She's down 3-0 with 14 seconds remaining in the first period. And as time set to expire, we have a restart with 7 seconds remaining. Chance for Rebson to get the restart, explode out of the bottom after she's been controlled most of that period by LaFriends in that top position after securing the takedown. Nice chop by LaFriends, breaks down Rebson, stops that first move. And she will take the 3-0 lead into that second period. Choice for Rebson, she'll defer over to LaFriends for choice. She chooses bottom position to start the second period. Dual score 39-30 in favor of the Broncos. Last weight class or last match of this duel on mat number 1. LaFriends, little hip pass around, is able to get Rebson high. Turns the corner for the 2-point reversal. She has the 5-0 lead. Has the half Nelson buried in deep once again on Rebsam. Caught that far wrist, putting a lot of pressure on. Just stretching out that shoulder and just wearing down Rebsam with that half Nelson. Now she has those hips rolled over. Gets those shoulders exposed, goes chest on chest, working for the fall for the Mandan Braves. And Brooklyn Friends is your winner by fall with 1:20 remaining in that second period. Our dual score, 39-36. Good duel over here on mat number 1 with the Broncos pulling out the 3-point victory over the Mandan Braves.
As we get to our set recap, brought to you in part by Olson Accounting. If you need help with your monthly accounting or payroll, let Sydney and her staff give you a hand. Rely on their friendly team of professionals at Olson Accounting for all your tax and accounting needs at olsoncpa.com. As we take a look at what happened in round number 2, West Fargo United with a 53-24 win over Williston. Bismarck High defeated Moorhead 60-10 as well, and then a 39-36 win for the Lisbon Broncos. Brent, just a quick recap on what happened there. Obviously, 1 or 2 forfeits that did come. We will get a exhibition matchup coming here, but overall, what was your take on the Mandan Braves and Lisbon Broncos? A really tight duel there at the very end.
Yeah, for the Lisbon Broncos, I mean, they opened up with 3 wins, 3 pins in a row, and it looked like the Broncos were going to kind of steamroll Mandan. And then Mandan, after that 170-pound match, they got themselves back into it with a pin at 170-190 and came down to that heavyweight match. Really was the kind of the turning point of where the Broncos took control back after a little momentum gain. And the 1-0 victory by El Assad put the Broncos up and the duel out of reach at that point. So the Broncos went on to win it. And then the Friends closed it out with the pin, but not enough, as it was a 39-36 win for the Broncos.
Again, that is our recap, brought to you in part by Olson County, as they are having an exhibition match on mat number 1 as well. Quickly for the Bismarck High Demons, as they gave up the first 10 points of the match, and that was it. They would score the next 60, thanks in part to a myriad of pins. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it was 60-16 was their final. The 2 ways that Moorhead got into the scoring column was forfeits from Bismarck High. As our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match here for both Bismarck High and Moorhead, and we'll get to Lisbon and Mandan in a moment. For the Bismarck High Demons, able to pick up a fall, and doing so, working her way into it was Madison Reams here at 170 pounds. She had a multitude of opportunities earlier against Peterson, but finally got her pushed over and finished with the fall. She is our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match. Brent, who stood out to you with Lisbon and Mandan?
Yeah, at 170 pounds, that match between Alexis Storvid and Ava Carblum, 2 returning state place winners, Storvid returning state champion. She ended up picking up that first period pin over a worthy opponent in Carblum in a minute 44 of that first period. So Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel, Alexis Storvid from Mandan.
And we go from there. Our Agassiz Precision Egg feature move of the match. Brett, will lead it off with you here from the Lisbon Broncos perspective.
Yeah, for the Agassiz Egg precision move of the match, going out to Maddie Krellin of the Lisbon Broncos, a 7th grader taking down that 8th grader. But she had a number of Peterson rolls in that. And just good to see what the Broncos are working on. You can tell that they've been working that Peterson roll. Also saw one out of Schwab for the Broncos at 136 pounds. But your Agassiz Egg precision move of the match going to Maddie Krellin with those Peterson rolls at 112 pounds.
Well, for the Moorhead Spuds, Marley Martz came out, I'm not kidding you, 4 seconds in and earned a takedown here for the Moorhead Spuds against Fuchs from Bismarck. She would win via the major 14-1 to make it 10-0 at the time for the Moorhead Spuds. Just those takedowns in a multitude of ways, 4 of them to be precise. Marley Martz is our Agassiz Precision Egg move of the match for the Moorhead Spuds. Visit 701-463-2119. That's 463-2119, or go to their website at PlanterDoc. That's PlanterDoc.com. Agassiz Precision Egg move of the match. Again, that does it for round number 2. Round number 3 coming up will feature Moorhead Mandan, Bismarck High West Fargo United, and Williston and Bemidji, as they currently are doing an exhibition match here on mat number 1. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you from the 2024 Lisbon Girls Dual Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you're backed by an insurance policy provider that meets your specific requirements. At Farmers Union Insurance Gullison Olson Agency, they offer reliable insurance policies from homeowners, farm and ranch, contractors, small businesses, and more. Let Lance, Shelby, and the staff at Gullison Olson Agency take care of you today. For more information, stop into their office on Main Street in Lisbon for Farmers Union Insurance Gullison Olson Agency.
For a top-notch car wash experience, head to Fast Lane Car Wash, situated next to the Petro Stopping Center in Fargo. They treat every vehicle with the same respect and care as their own, ensuring that your car is in good hands from pre-wash preparation to hand-dry finish. Check out the Fast Lane Car Wash on the west side of the Petro Stopping Center in Fargo and spruce up your ride with interior detailing, buff, and wax at the Fast Lane with Thomas, weekdays from 9 to 2. Call 701-799-8226 to schedule an appointment. Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good students from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful, innovative opportunities for students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District, from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbon.k12.nd.us.
At Stock Growers Bank in Lisbon, let them turn your dreams into reality and help watch them grow. Loan Officer Wyatt Smith will give you a tailored solution to fit your unique requests. From farming, buying a new home, or investing in your future, he has you covered. Stock Growers Bank celebrating 125 years of banking in your local communities. For more information, call Wyatt at 701-683-5000. Stock Growers Bank, where your success is their top priority. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. In today's fast-paced world, your business needs more than just numbers. It needs an alphabet roadmap with Olson Accounting. A is for accounts payable, where every dollar counts. B stands for balance sheets, keeping your finances on track. And C represents cash flow, the lifeblood of your business. At Olson Accounting, they're more than just number crunchers. Discover the difference with their trusted expertise, personalized service by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
Chase Miller and Brent Dick with you here today on YourLiveEvent.com as part of the 2024 Lisbon Girls Dual Tournament here in Lisbon, North Dakota. As a reminder, still to come later today on YourLiveEvent.com, we do have some hockey with Warroad on girls hockey going up against Albert Lee, and then also Warroad against Grand Forks Central for boys hockey later tonight at 7. Carrington shootout, couple of girls and boys basketball games throughout the rest of the afternoon and the evening. And then similar tomorrow, our coverage gets underway at 9 o'clock in the morning for Lisbon Girls Dual Tournament. That'll be roughly done almost over the lunch hour. And then Carrington boys and girls basketball shootout as well. And some more hockey as a team from the East Coast. Notre Dame, not that Notre Dame, but Notre Dame goes up. Notre Dame of West Haven comes out and plays Warroad for boys hockey tomorrow afternoon. Brett, that's what you enjoy about the holidays. As much as Bemidji and Williston had to travel to Lisbon, a team from West Haven on the East Coast coming to Warroad, Minnesota, that's a different hull of another horse apiece.
That is. That's a either a long road trip or a long flight. Either way, that's a lot of travel involved.
So that's what we have upcoming. Then to wrap up the 2024 portion of our schedule, Mayport CG against Maple River for a basketball doubleheader starting at 3:30 on Monday. Then Wapaton against Hillsborough Central Valley and boys hoops at 1:30 on Tuesday. That wraps up again the 2024 portion of our schedule. Simply go to our website, yourliveevent.com, or subscribe to our YouTube channel to check us out here today. Brent, as we take a look at round number 2 again, Mandan against Lisbon. Lisbon able to win. Bismarck High, Moorhead. Bismarck High won. Williston and West Fargo United. West Fargo United won. What, I guess, impressed you most on Matt number 1 with the Braves and the Broncos?
The Braves and the Broncos, it was good head-to-head competition, and it came down to that last match. And a little bit of dual strategy played into it as the Broncos got down to that 1-0 victory with El Asad being able to squeeze out that win 1-0. And that, sometimes it's not pretty, but you pick up the win, and what kind of propelled her team to the victory in that duel.
As we get you ready here for Matt number 1 here in round number 3, it'll be Moorhead and Mandan, then Bismarck High against West Fargo United, and currently underway already, you do have Matt number 3 going on with Williston and Bemidji, so that is currently going on in the Armory. Then roughly at about 4 o'clock here, make that 5 o'clock, it is 4 o'clock, roughly around 5 o'clock this afternoon, we'll get to Lisbon, West Fargo United, Bismarck High, Williston on mat number 2. Then mat number 3 will be Mandan and Bemidji. So that's how we will get you ready to go here for the final round of day number 1 of the 2024 North Dakota Girls Wrestling Dual Tournament. Overall, though, kind of more of a loose field than maybe what you would see at a state or sectional tournament in Minnesota, maybe a regional duel. Understanding the situation a little bit, just, hey, as long as we're close to the top of the hour, 5 to 10 minutes afterwards, just had the anthem, Brent, and seeing how we are seeing a couple of weight classes that are forfeits in each one, that kind of speeds up the pace of the particular matches here today.
Yeah, maybe, just kind of that holiday feel to it. Not really pressed for time, as, we got a nice start, and we do have plenty of time left in the day to get these matches in or get these duels in. I come back early for the Breakfast Club tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., ready to go again.
We're going to take a quick break. They're just making sure the officials got everything good to go. I know we already had on mat number 2 the captains meet. Mat number 1, the captains have yet to meet. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get to wrestling action here today in Lisbon.
Hungry and on the road, Petro Stopping Center in Fargo has got your back with an impressive lineup of goodies, including Popeye's Chicken, Charlie's Cheesesteaks, Cinnabon, Papa John's, and a mouth-watering full-sized restaurant, the Dolly Down Grill. You'll be spoiled for choice. Whether you're a quick pit stopper or looking to settle in for a while, Petro Stopping Center's Fargo location has got you covered 24/7 every day of the week. Cruise on over to their spot just off 45th Street and I-94 and indulge in a feast fit for the road warrior in you.
Keep your job site stocked with reliable service from Prairie Supply Inc., the contractor's headquarters. Our team specializes in everything concrete. That means hand tools and equipment, rebar of all shapes and sizes, concrete forming packages and ICFs, decorative concrete materials like color, stain, sealers, and coatings. And let's not forget our impressive fleet of winter construction equipment to keep the concrete flowing all year round. If you've got concrete questions, we've got concrete answers at Prairie Supply Inc., the contractor's headquarters.
Transform your space with premium painting. Whether you're looking to remodel an existing space or add new construction from residential, commercial, and industrial, Premium Painting's team of experts delivers top-notch quality and attention to detail on time and on budget. Premium Painting offers services from drywall, wall coverings, millwork, and painting. For a free estimate, contact Forrest Treitel at paintfargo.com or call 701-200-2797.
Chase Miller alongside Brett Dick with you here today on YourLiveEvent.com. Mat number 2 getting underway with Rylan Reams from Bismarck High, 112 pounds, going up against Natalie Carlson here from West Fargo United, the junior, going up against the 8th grader with Reams. Again, this is at 112 pounds between Bismarck High and West Fargo United. West Fargo United 1-0 so far here in the duels, while Bismarck High is 2-0 here in the Lisbon Girls Wrestling Dual Tournament. On mat number 1, you'll be getting underway with Moorhead going up against, again, the Mandan Braves. They're getting their lineups ready to go here. The officials coming across. Mat number 3 already well underway at 130 pounds already between Williston and Bemidji. Currently still scoreless here, 60 seconds in between Carlson and Reams as they're working each other across the top of the mat with that collar stretch, that collar grab a little bit. Trying to get the three-point takedown across the way here is Carlson trying to get around and finish with a three-point takedown, and does on the near side. So Carlson, West Fargo United early with a 3-0 lead over Bismarck High.
Yeah, mat number 1, the captains went out to the center of the mat with the officials, so just waiting for the wrestlers to check into that head table on mat number 1.
Is on mat number 2 right now. Reams is trying to get back to her base here for Ryland for the Bismarck High Demons. Carlson doing a really nice job working up top. Already with that three-point takedown, trying to at least take a 3-0 lead going into the second period as Ryland Reams is trying to find a way with 10 seconds left to earn an escape here. And time is running out here in period number 1. As we will head to period number 2 with a 3-0 lead for Natalie Carlson here of West Fargo United.
Yeah, mat number 1 still waiting up with the official wrestlers. I think the lineups are now squared away between the two teams over here, between Mandan and Moorhead. That's your duel coming up on mat 1.
As we continue here on mat number 2, Reams will be working in the down position, Carlson the top position with a 3-0 lead. Once again, starting at 112 pounds in round number 3. Started at 100 pounds on the first, 106 on the second, now at 112 here in round number 3 of these dual tournaments.
The wrestlers checked in now on mat number 1. So Marley Martz for their Moorhead Spuds, wrestling Leela Bell and a Mandan. 7th grader versus an 8th grader. That match just underway. That's Martz with a quick 2-point takedown. So not even 3 seconds into it, she gets the takedown.
Did that in the last one as well. You better be ready, like a bull coming out looking for some red.
That could be a good award. Fastest takedown. That was less than 3 seconds.
As right now working up top is Carlson again on Reams. Reams has been in this similar position, more on the defensive side of the wrestler, trying to not allow Carlson to earn any more points or try to get some near fall.
Yeah, Mart's going right to work after that takedown. Had the half Nelson and flips over Bell and working for the quick pin on mat number 1.
As you see Carlson bringing back Reams down to the mat.
And the win by fall for Martz as the official got down there, had a good look at it. So Marley Martz for the Moorhead Spuds puts him up 6-0 at 112 pounds, or after 112 pounds on mat 1.
I know we don't necessarily are going to have a wrestler of the tournament, so to speak, but I think Marley Martz would be on the short list, Brent, so far from what we've seen.
He's a very good technical wrestler for a 7th grader coming out here. Must have had a lot of experience in that elementary ranks before getting up here into the varsity.
Still here at 112 pounds on mat number 2. It's 3-0 with a 3-point takedown for Carlson back in the first period. And that's how we're going to go to period number 3 as well. Be 3-love in favor of Carlson.
At 118 pounds, Moorhead receives a forfeit from Mandan. They have the 12-0 lead going into 124 pounds.
As not only Carlson will be in the down position, so a chance here for the 8th grader Rylan Reams to try to pick up some points. Again, trailing it by 3 on the Bank North scoreboard. As trying to get to the edge of the mat is Carlson right now and works her way all the way to the edge of the mat, but Reams still has her feet in that circle to not allow this to get back into the center circle, and there we go. Now we'll start it back up in the center.
Yeah, the Bank North scoreboard dual score now 12-0 in favor of Moorhead on mat number 1. We're up at 124 pounds. And that match features Ariana Vargas of Moorhead wrestling Bailey Campbell of Mandan.
It's Carlson in the down position, Reams in the top position here, trying to push Carlson over, able to pick up some near fall points, now going for the fall here again, trailing 3-0, picks up some near fall points and continues to work right now on Carlson.
Here's Campbell have the 3-point takedown. She's in the top position, working up some wrist ties, just trying to turn over Vargas right now. Moorhead, she has the early 3-0 lead on that one.
4 points via the near fall here for Rylan Reams, and Reams continues to work up top with 70 seconds left here in period number 3. Now has Carlson in a headlock and finishes off with the fall. A come from behind victory for the 8th grader Rylan Reams here at 112 pounds.
And now a minute remaining in that first period. Still 3-0 is your score for Bailey Campbell, freshman from Mandan, with the 3-0 lead over Aaron Vargas, an 8th grader from Moorhead. It's at 124 pounds on mat number 1. 3-0 is your lead. That's Campbell up on Vargas.
Williston and Bemidji update from the Armory, tied at 11, going into 136 pounds between Williston and Bemidji again in the Armory as we make our way on mat number 2 to 118 pounds.
In final 30 seconds of our first period, the 3-0 lead continues for Campbell. She's in that top position, working half Nelson, keeping that pressure in the top position.
Lily Scarrood here for West Fargo United, the freshman, going up against a St. Clair here, the 8th grader from Bismarck High at 118 pounds.
And down to the final 10 seconds. Still that 3-0 lead for Campbell. Riding up over the hips on Vargas. Has the half Nelson, now has it buried in deep as she has the attack going here. At the end of the period, she's going to run out of time, but she does take the 3-0 lead into the second.
As right now, St. Clair and Scarrood, a lot of hand tossling here in the opening 30 seconds of this match. It's 6-0 in favor of the Bismarck High Demons in terms of the team score. Going in for a shot again with Scarrood, unable to finish it off. St. Clair trying to get the 3-point takedown, and then they will let each other loose and continue here at 0s apiece.
Vargas has choice to start the second period. She chose that top position. She's down by 3. A nice quad pod stand up here for Campbell. Vargas able to break her back down, but Vargas with that 3-0 lead.
There's another chance for a 3-point takedown now. This 3-point takedown will be coming with Scarrood. St. Clair just going to turn all the way around the corner there, and Scarrood able to bring St. Clair down the mat with a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, Vargas still in that top position, controlling Campbell right now. Campbell ties up the wrist, trying to pass it around over the top of her head and then hip heist into Vargas. But Vargas still maintains control on top. 1:20 remaining in the second period.
Getting back to the base here is St. Clair, but Scarrood bringing her right back down again to the mat. 20 seconds remaining here in the first period. Every time St. Clair has a chance, just couldn't complete the 3-point takedown. So Scarrood now working up top here in the final 10 seconds of period number 1.
Now Bailey Campbell clears the hips, but Vargas scoots back around behind her, back into riding position on top here for Vargas. She's down by 3 to Campbell with a under 50 seconds remaining in the second period.
As you will see, Bismarck High and West Fargo United here figure out who's going to start in the up or down position in period number 2.
Oh, nice quad pod into a double leg takedown as Campbell drives into Vargas, takes her over to her back. She has the 2-point reversal, picking up near fall and working for the pin on mat 1.
Starting in a neutral position here in period number 2 between St. Clair and Scarrood. Scarrood trying to go for a single leg. St. Clair able to block it for a moment, now trying to get back to her base.
Yeah, Campbell had the head scooped, arms stretched out, and she wins by foul over Ariana Vargas of Moorhead. 12-6 your dual score now. Mandan's on the board on mat number 1.
St. Clair, the 8th grader, against the freshman here of Skarud again on mat number 2. Still at 118 pounds. St. Clair left a shot. We'll see what Skarud does here. She goes in for a single leg, trying to bring St. Clair down to the mat. St. Clair using up her upper body weight on Skarud right now. Skarud comes across for a 3-point takedown and now has a 6-0 lead.
Moving a little bit quicker over here on mat number 1, up to 130 pounds. That's your matchup at the start of the first period on mat number 1.
55 seconds remaining here in period number 2. Skarud with a pair of takedowns. That's been the difference so far. 6-0 on what is currently a decision win. Trying to get that one up to a major with another takedown here for Skarud before this period or this match runs out.
So mat number 1, Layla Counts for Moorhead taking on Lahave One Feather of Mandan. So Counts with the 3-point takedown, goes right away to work with that half Nelson. Nice combination wrestling as she secured the takedown and then right away went to that half Nelson, caught the far wrist. Just trying to turn over One Feather in the first period. She's up 3-0.
Skarud right now continues to work on St. Clair up top, trying to see if she can get her tossed over. And St. Clair does a good job trying to get back to her base on the knees. 5 seconds remaining here in the second period, and we'll have a potentially dangerous 1 point will be awarded here to St. Clair.
And Counts goes back to that half Nelson. Lahave One Feather had kind of hip heisted through, got back down to her belly, but now Counts with the win by fall in that first period with 52 seconds remaining. That was at 130 pounds. So Moorhead with 6 more points. They're up 18-6 in the duel.
Skarud throws St. Clair down to the mat. That's how we'll end this second period. So 6-1 in favor of Skarud here as we enter period number 3. St. Clair will be on the bottom. Skarud will be up top. Again, St. Clair with work to do here, trailing it by 5, beginning period number 3. Trying to get the escape. Skarud brings her back down to the mat. And now Skarud will work up top here against St. Clair.
They're now at 136 pounds. Hazel Anderson for the Moorhead Spuds. Elizabeth Hook for Mandan. Anderson with the 3-point takedown for Moorhead. Now Hook catches her in the head and arms. She'll reverse it. 3-2 is your score. And working for the fall is Hook for Mandan. So Hook smothering over the top. The official down there has a good look at it. Hook kind of flattens out over the top. Still working for the fall with 1:18 on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, still a 6-1 advantage here. St. Clair getting thrown back down with Skarud. Skarud just continue a ride up top here on St. Clair. 60 seconds left here in the third.
So Hook has that head and arm caught. The official down there has a good look at it. Anderson doing a good job of fighting off her back. She has a 3-2 lead. She'll give up the 4 near fall if she's able to get back belly down. Hook still working the head and arm on mat 1.
St. Clair able to get the 1-point escape. It's now 6-2 in favor of Skarud, but there's 30 seconds left as Skarud takes a peek at the clock here against St. Clair. St. Clair again trailing by 4.
So Cook now switches up. She let go of the head and arm, has a double arm bar locked up. And working for the fall, continues to work for the pin. She has the 6-3 lead. Putting a lot of pressure as she sits through on the double arm bar.
Skarud right now looks to pick up a decision win, and she will do so. 6-2 here over St. Clair as West Fargo United gets on the board here as they will be trailing it now 6-3 on the Blink North scoreboard on the team duel results.
And Hazel Anderson, after picking up that takedown within the opening seconds of the first period, goes down 10-3 at the end of 1. Elizabeth Hook picking up 2 4-point near falls in the reversal. Has the 10-3 lead going into the second.
Update in the Armory between Williston and Bemidji. Bemidji up 29-11 as they go to 155 pounds over on mat number 3.
A little equipment timeout on mat number 1. Looks like Hazel Anderson will start in the bottom position to start her second period. She's down by 7, 10-3 to Elizabeth Cook from Mandan.
is coming on here for the Bismarck High Demons. Magembe will be on for Bismarck High against Reardon here for West Fargo United, the sophomore. Magembe, the senior here for Bismarck High.
So hook off the whistle, stop that first move of Anderson, went down to the ankle ride. Anderson now got hooked just a little bit high, is able to grab that leg. And hook back around behind her in good riding position here in the second period. She's up 10-3 on mat 1.
Reardon gets a 3-point takedown against Magembe here for Bismarck High. As Magembe is able to get back to her base. Reardon able to throw her back down to the mat right now. 35, make that 45 seconds into the first period.
So Hook had that armbar locked up again on Anderson, but Anderson this time rolls through. Hook picks up the 3 near fall. 13-3, 2-point reversal for Anderson. Now 13-5 is your score on mat number 1.
Magembe trying to work the one leg here of Reardon around, able to get that now in a fall position here, able to pick up some near fall points coming.
And Elizabeth Hook hip ice back around, catches the head and arm on Anderson, throws her over to her back for the win by fall on mat 1.
So you do get the 2 points coming here for Magembe. And then eventually you get the reversal for 2 points then for Reardon. So 5-4 in favor of Reardon here from West Fargo United. 30 seconds remaining here in this first period.
Our dual score now on mat number 1, 18-12. After that win by fall for Elizabeth Hook over Hazel Anderson.
Magembe and Reardon, this one has been good from the start. Reardon working back on top against Magembe. Magembe is going to have to tie her shoelaces up here as we go to the second period on the left-hand side. As 5 seconds remaining here in period number 1. Magembe trying to get out of the clutches here of Reardon. Time will run out. It's 5-4 Reardon here as we go to period number 2.
They're coming up on 142 pounds on mat number 1. Jolena Sorby for Moorhead and Tyke Heinert for Mandan. That's your matchup at 142 pounds on mat number 1.
Magembe will be in the down position here as Reardon works up top. So far, we've seen a takedown. We've seen a 2-point reversal. Some 2 points for a near fall as well. And this 5-4 score.
So Sorby and Heinert. No score in the first period. Minute 35 on the clock.
Reardon working up top against Magembe here. Magembe trying to get to her base, seeing where Reardon's trying to grab and see if she can come across, maybe work the cradle.
So Heinert was in that top position of the situation, spun around, picked up the 3-point takedown, but now a 2-point reversal for Sorby for Moorhead. She's in the top position. 3-2 is your score. Heinert's in the lead for Mandan.
Magembe able to get a 1-point escape, now comes around for the 3-point takedown to finish off the move. It's now 8-5, a quick 4 points there for Magembe as Bismarck High has an 8-5 lead here with Magembe.
A back and forth battle here on mat number 1. A reversal for Heinert. Now 5-2 is your score on mat 1.
Reardon working down low. Magembe here able to bring Reardon back down to the mat. 50 seconds remaining in period number 2 at 124 pounds.
And you have a clasping hands, a technical violation on Heinert. So 1 point awarded to Sorby for Moorhead. Scores 5-3. Have the restart back in the center of the mat. Heinert for the Mandan Braves in the top position.
Magembe trying to work around into a fall position against Reardon. Magembe going to get some near fall points coming, trying to earn the fold though, and there it is. 27 seconds remaining in period number 2. 6 points coming to Bismarck High with the Magembe pin.
It's still in the first period. It's 5-3 score for Heinert to Mandan. She's up by 2. Just a back and forth battle in this first period. Heinert working to break down Sorby. Sorby now kind of caught on her hip, gets back up to her base, but a half Nelson put in by Heinert here to close things out with the final 14 seconds, riding that half Nelson on the near side.
As we head to 130 pounds on mat number 2, it's a 12-3 advantage for Bismarck High over West Fargo United.
The dual score on mat number 1, 18-12 in favor of the Moorhead Spuds on mat 1.
Maggie Theogis here from Bismarck High, already with a 3-point takedown against Alina Carlos here from West Fargo United, and Theogis trying to make quick work as well of Lena. As Theogis already into a fall and pinning position. 19 seconds into the match, and Maggie Theogis, the freshman, earns a win via the fall.
That might be the quickest pin of the day on
yes,
mat
it will.
2. And a 1-point escape at the end of the period for Sorby. 5-4 is your score going into the second period. 1 point lead for Heinert. A 2-point reversal now for Sorby. Sorby takes the lead, 6-5.
Into 136 pounds now on mat number 2. Phoebe Wade, the junior, going up against Molly Carr, the junior from West Fargo United. And Phoebe Wade trying to match Theogis here, trying to earn a 3-point takedown. Instead, a nice move by Molly Carr to earn the 3 points here for West Fargo United. And now Carr continues to work here on Wade.
As Sorby in that top position, she grabbed the lead off of that reversal. She works a half Nelson on the near side. Has it buried in deep. Now has Heinert going over to her hip. Heinert rolls through. Nice counter on the roll through. Looking to score a 2-point reversal. She's a little bit high. Sorby and Heinert rolling around. Still no points now. A 2-point reversal for Heinert. Scores 7-5 in favor of Mandan.
Phoebe Wade does earn a 1-point escape. It's now 3-1 in favor of Carr. 45 seconds into period number 1.
And a reversal now for Sorby. That score was 7-6. Now 8-7 in favor of Sorby from Mandan, or from Moorhead. And we do have a technical violation, 1 point for a clasping. So we're tied up at 8 in the second period with 50 seconds remaining. That's on mat number 1.
Phoebe Wade does get a 3-point takedown. Now a 4-3 lead on Mari Carr here. Got her into a cradle, now into a pinning position here. And there's the fall. Back-to-back pins for Bismarck High. Phoebe Wade trailing 3-0 comes back and earns the fall with 50 seconds left in the first period.
Yeah, off the restart, we're tied up at 8 after that technical violation awarded to Heinert from Mandan. She's in that bottom position, kind of tripods up, broke back down by Sorby. Sorby riding just a little bit off to the side, now gets back behind the arms and elbows. Now back up a little bit high here, tied up at 8. Under 25 seconds remaining in the second period. She catches Heinert, picks up a couple near falls. She'll take the 10-8 lead in the second period, final 15 seconds.
Final in mat number 3, Bemidji 59-17 over Williston. Williston with a myriad of forfeits to finish it off. So Bemidji again picks up the win.
Angelina Sorby for Moorhead with the win by fall over Heinert of Mandan, taking on the returning state place winner. So Sorby for Moorhead wins by fall. 24-12 is your dual lead, or 24-12 is a score. Moorhead's up by 12 over Mandan on mat 1.
Nevaeh Ade here from West Fargo United will go up against Paige Bumgarner here from Bismarck High. Bumgarner already with a 3-point takedown, trying to come across and earn some near fall points with it again against Nevaeh here, 40 seconds into this match. As Nevaeh now trying to come across. We do get 3 points being awarded here to Paige with the near fall, so now 6-0. As Paige and Nevaeh kind of crashed with each other in that center parts.
Yeah, I think we had an open weight at 148 pounds, so that should move us up to 155. We'll wait for the score table to catch up.
Nevaeh will earn a point here after the crash there from Paige Baumgartner. So it's 6-1. The dual score 24-3 right now. Bismarck High over West Fargo United.
So Mandan open at 155. 6 more points to the Moorhead Spuds. Now the score is 30-12. Going into 155, so they're open at 148. 30-12 is your dual score in favor of the Moorhead Spuds on mat number 1 at 155.
Paige Baumgartner seeing she can get Nevaeh turned over, and as some of her teammates have done, earn a fall. Now got her into a cradle. Here's a pinning opportunity, and there it is. Paige Baumgartner quickly gets Nevaeh Ade into a cradle, earns the fall. 36 seconds remaining in period number 1.
Matchup at 155 pounds. Lydia Weishman for Moorhead wrestling Marley Froelich of Mandan. That match just underway, minute 40 on the clock. Wrestlers kind of locked up back in the center of the mat. Now a head and arm here for Weishman as she had Froelich going down, but Froelich able to keep her base, scores a 3-point takedown. She'll have the 3-0 lead for Froelich of Mandan.
As we head to 148 pounds here on mat number 2, it's a 30-3 team dual score in favor of Bismarck High.
Weishman stands up, hip heists back around, picks up the 2-point reversal. 3-2 is your score. Another back and forth here at 155 pounds. Just had a good one at 142 and a stop in the action. Technical violation and 1 point awarded. Going over to Froelich and Mandan. 4-2 is the score. She has the lead over Weishman of Moorhead. Moorhead, should say Weishman, starts in the top position on the restart.
Brindley Hartsock on here with a 3-point takedown for West Fargo United over Overson. Aubrey of Bismarck High, and trying to earn another 3-point takedown as Overson's able to get back to her base 45 seconds into this first period.
Score still 4-2, under 40 seconds remaining in the first period. That's on mat number 1, 155 pounds. That dual scoring to Bacon North scoreboard is 30-12, Moorhead over Mandan.
Overson trying to get out of the grasp here of Hartsock and see if she can get a 1-point escape, but every time she does so, Hartsock brings her back down to the match in some type of way, and now kind of riding up top here.
The score is still 4-2, 155 pounds. Froelich of Mandan in the bottom position. She has the lead. Weishman for Moorhead has the half. Nelson was working that on the far side. Now drops to a crossface. Final 5 seconds of the first period. Score is still 4-2.
As getting adjusted with the headgear here for Overson. That'll cause the official to call a quick timeout, and Hartsock will have to be starting in the top position here against Overson in the down position. Still 3-0 at 148 pounds here for Brindley Hartsock of West Fargo United.
At start of the second period, it's 4-2 is your score. So Froelich still has the 4-2 lead over Weishman for Moorhead. Weishman starts the second period in that top position, stops the first move of Froelich, gets it broke down to her belly.
Overson does get the 1-point escape to make it a 3-1. Now lead for Hartsock here for West Fargo United. 10 seconds remaining in period number 1.
And working a half Nelson, Lydia Weishman for Moorhead on Froelich. Now Froelich counters out of that, back up to her base. Weishman goes back to an ankle right on mat 1.
As we'll head to period number 2, it will be Hartsock with a 3-1 advantage at 148 pounds. Still a 30-3 lead for Bismarck High in the team dual score over West Fargo United.
Minute 20 on the clock in the second period. Still 4-2. Marley Froelich leads 4-2 over Lydia Weishman of Moorhead. Now Weishman rolls Froelich over, working for some near fall, so she will secure at least 4 near fall. She'll grab the lead. She'll have the 6-4 lead after the near fall awarded by the official. Still hasn't broke the pinning combination hold. She rolls over Froelich again. In the win by fall for Lydia Weishman for the Moorhead Spuds as they're on a roll. Pick up another 6 points. 36-12 is your dual score on mat number 1.
Hartsock does earn a 3-point takedown against Overson here to make it 6-1. Able to bring her back down to mat as Overson trying to get the 1-point escape and does now trying to come around to complete it. Hartsock able to come back, right back across here, and now we'll have a chance for a pinning position and does get a 3-point takedown as Overson gets back to her stomach. It's 9-2 with 70 seconds left in this second period.
They're going up to 170 pounds. 36-12 is your dual score. Moorhead over Mandan at this point, up at 170 pounds.
As Overson and Hartsock right now doing a good job going back at it against one another right now with 55 seconds remaining in period number 2. 3 takedowns for Hartsock has been the difference at a 9-2 advantage as Overson, every time she gets out of the grasp of Brindley able to get that takedown and work back on top.
Yeah, mat number 1, 170-pound matchup is Chloe De La Garza from Moorhead wrestling Lady Yoakum of Mandan. Yoakum with the quick 3-point takedown. She has the 3-0 lead, working a crossface on De La Garza.
As Hartsock right now trying to see if she can turn Overson over to get into a pinning position with 20 seconds remaining in the second period.
Yoakum working an arm lever. De La Garza able to get back to her base. Now has a kind of a wrist lock to get a bulldog over De La Garza, trying to expose those shoulders as she rips her over. De La Garza gets back belly down. 3-0 is your score on mat number 1 with 1:05 remaining.
9-2. Hartsock nearly had Overson in the cradle position to come across. So Overson showing some flexibility, taking that shoe all the way up to her head there in that cradle spot to fend it off. 9-2 as we enter period number 3.
This Lady Yoakum still trying to expose the shoulders on De La Garza. De La Garza gets back belly down, but Yoakum goes back to the half Nelson. Good pinning combination. She rolls De La Garza over, has her flattened out. The official down there in the slap of the mat. The win for Lady Yoakum puts Mandan on the board. It gets them back on the board as they're now down 36-18 to the Moorhead Spuds.
Overson starting the top position here in period number 3 against Hartsock. Hartsock not necessarily putting too much effort right now to get out of this current grasp of Overson, leading it by 7. 30 seconds already come off the period here of period number 3.
We're going up to 190 pounds. Looks like Moorhead's open. So Storsved from Mandan picks up the forfeit. 36-24 is our dual score on mat number 1.
As Overson right now trying to see if she can get 3 points on the takedown, if she can come across and finish off the move. It's still 9-2 right now in favor of Hartsock. And Hartsock sees this as she gets back down to her base, getting close to possibly get called for a stalling warning, but at this point she'll take it, leading it here at 9-2.
So now 36-24 going into heavyweight. Moorhead open again at heavyweight. 36-30 is our dual score. So Mandan back into this duel, going into 100 pounds.
As Aubrey Overson with 30 seconds remaining here in the third period is going to have to do something quickly. Right now it's a decision win. Hartsock gets any more points, it would be a major decision win in favor of West Fargo United, but she seems content here. And here's the stalling warning against Hartsock as Overson is trying to get into the headlock. 13 seconds remaining in the period as Hartsock just continues to get back to her base, and she's doing a good job riding out these 2 seconds on the bottom against Overson. 9-2 right now will be your final, and the win here for Hartsock and West Fargo United coming via the decision here today.
Well, 36-30, Moorhead leads in the duel. Mandan picking up 2 forfeits. They're back into this duel now, down by 6 here, going to 100 pounds, still have 112 after this. So they have the potential to take this duel from Moorhead. And a head and arm here by Rajesh of Moorhead as she throws over her opponent. Weigel for Mandan, working the head and arm in the win, or working for the fall for Moorhead. And the slap of the mat, and that'll clinch the duel for the Moorhead Spuds as they're up now 42-30 over Mandan.
Man number 2 a little bit slower here in this round, currently at 155 pounds between Bismarck High and West Fargo United, already with a 3-point takedown here coming from Bismarck High, with Julia going up against Russell here for West Fargo United. Adarajo here, the sophomore, with a 3-1 advantage. One thing we saw from Julia earlier today, if she gets a takedown and she can't work you across, she'll be more than willing to give you the escape to come back, Brent, on the little cat and mouse game and try to earn another 3 points on the takedown.
Yeah, she just wants to get, wants to be offensive, and instead of just, losing that momentum on the top, not able to get the turn, she's going to cut you back up to your feet and then work those takedowns.
As we'll go back to a neutral position to begin again the first period here. 3-1 in favor for Bismarck High.
Yeah, Tia Canada Moorhead works a quick takedown on LaFrenz from Mandan. We do have a full Nelson, so technical violation. 3-1's your score on mat number 1 as Moorhead up on the Bank North scoreboard. They lead 42-30 over Mandan.
Adarajo with the 3-point takedown. Then there's the 1-point escape, as we just alluded to with Russell, as they will start back in a neutral position as they work off the mat with 50 seconds remaining here in the first period.
Yeah, Tia Canada now has that armbar locked up, or kind of a chicken wing tilt locked up, has the far wrist caught. Now is going to catch that far wrist with the armbar, trying to walk it over. They're down to 1:10 remaining in the first period. 3-1 lead for Tia Canada of Moorhead over Brooklyn LaFrenz of Mandan.
Adarajo with a 3-point takedown, working on some near fall points, as right now Russell trying to escape the grass as they will work off the mat. Some 4 near fall points will be coming to make it now a 13-2 advantage with 21 seconds here in the first period.
Yeah, under 50 seconds in the first period. 3-1 lead for Tia Canada of Moorhead over LaFrenz of Mandan. LaFrenz jogs back to the center of the mat, ready for the restart. She's in the bottom position. That's on mat number 1.
Adarajo right now will go back into the neutral position, give up the 1-point escape to West Fargo United. It's 13-3. Another takedown here would make it a 16-3 advantage. 5 seconds remaining in the first period, and Julia right now will go to period number 2 with a 10-point lead here against Russell from West Fargo United.
Yeah, Tia Cannon not a stranger to the armbar. She had it locked up again, but LaFrenz with a nice counter, post to the outside leg, stands up and hip heists back into it. She picked up the 1-point escape. 3-2 is your score on mat number 1 with 15 seconds remaining in the first period.
Mat number 2 working on a tech fall potentially here for Julia Adarujo, looking for the takedown. There's a 3-point takedown. If you get any more near fall points added to it as they will work off the mat, but now it's 16-3.
And final seconds tick off, and it's a 6-2 lead after a 3-point takedown by Tia Cannon. She adds the 6-2 lead over Brooklyn LaFrenz of Mandan. His choice goes over to LaFrenz. Takes a peek over at her coach, still trying to decide on mat 1.
Adarojo has a game plan, and she has stuck to it throughout the day here on mat number 2. Able to come across so far on Russell. Now into a pinning position here. Got her in the headlock position. As we're seeing some near fall points going to be awarded. We might get a tech fall here, if not a fall, via the pin in a moment. And there's going to be the fall with the 113 mark. And period number 2 is, yet again, Julia Adarujo able to pick up the fall.
And off the restart, had a technical violation at the start of the second period. So 1 point went over to Tia Cannon of Moorhead. So LaFrenz in the top position. She's down by 5 as Tia Cannon stands up, trying to secure the escape. Now 8-2 is your score on mat 1.
Again, your final on mat number 3, Bemidji over Williston, 59-17 earlier today, as we head now to 170 pounds here on mat number 2.
I'm getting excited to see Bemidji after seeing some of these scores come across.
On mat number 2, Madison Reams from Bismarck High going up against Maya Sanchez from West Fargo United. Bemidji will square off with Mandan next on mat number 3 in the Armory. Able to see them tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning against Lisbon on mat number 1.
And 8-2 is your score. Tia Cannon from Moorhead has the 8-2 lead over Brooklyn LaFrenz of Mandan. They're currently in the neutral position. Under 50 seconds remaining.
Still scoreless between Reams and Sanchez here. Reams trying to work up top and get the 3-point takedown, able to do so. 1-point escape then coming for Sanchez. 3-1 Reams, 45 seconds into period number 1.
And now under 30 seconds remaining in the second period. 8-2 is the score for Tia Cannon. She has a 6-point lead over Brooklyn LaFrenz. Wrestlers back up. Nice little level change to a double, but LaFrenz, or I should say Cannon, with the nice sprawl and stuffs that double leg shot. She picks up the 3-point takedown. Now 11-2 is your score.
Still 3-1 on mat number 1 with Reams with that takedown. Sanchez with the escape. 45 seconds remaining here in the first period.
Yeah, Tia Cannon just stopped all the momentum from LaFrenz. She had a nice level change, LaFrenz did, to a double leg, and Tia Cannon just clomped down with the sprawl, hits the goal behind. She takes 11-2 lead going into the third period.
As Reams does get a 3-point takedown to add on to her advantage. Currently at 6-1 here, 20 seconds remaining in the first period as they will work off the mat and go back to the center.
In neutral position, chosen to start this third period. 11-2 is your score at the start. The clock is stopped and not running on mat number 1.
That's some extra wrestling for you there, Brett.
They do. I just can't holler down there to let them know it's not running. And now to restart and a technical violation awarded. So 14-2. Now 14-3 is your score. We're in the third period. Looks like they have 1:52 on the clock. That's on mat number 1.
Still 6-1 with 5 seconds remaining. Starting in the down position will be Sanchez here against Reams. Unless a quick move comes across, that's how we will go to period number 2 at 6-1 in favor of Madison Reams from BHS.
And they updated the score. Now it's 14-4. We're in the neutral position. A 10-point lead for Tia Cannon. Not able to put away LaFrenz from Mandan. She's just kind of hanging around here in this third period. Wrestlers in the neutral position with 1:35 on the clock.
As you'll see, Sanchez working up top against Madison Reams. Reams trying to get the escape here. Sanchez able to bring her back down to the mat, but Reams looking for the reversal across on the headlock and gets the 1-point escape. Now comes across into a cradle position here. Got her across the face. Reams into a pinning combination here against Sanchez.
Yeah, and the Friends, go ahead.
And there is the fall at the 136 marks here for Madison Reams from Bismarck High.
Yeah, Brooklyn Friends hit it. Another nice double leg shot on Tia Kenny. McKinney caught her in head and arm, threw over to her back, was working that pinning combination. She picks up the takedown and near fall. The Friends with the escape. 17-5 is your score on mat number 1.
As mat number 2, we go to 190 pounds. Still have 4 weight classes to get through on this duel. Bismarck High will take the duel with a current 42-6 lead as a team. As at 190 pounds, Lily Lugo here from Bismarck High going up against Charlie Liedall here from West Fargo United.
And Tia Kennedy for Moorhead was warned with stalling. She has the 17-5 lead now, 20 seconds remaining in the third period. She's in control of this match on mat number 1.
Liedall and Lugo again begin period number 1 here. Liedall trying to maybe see if she can get a little bit of a work up top. We're going to see if she can maybe come across.
And we do have, looks like another stall warning at the end of the period. 17-6 is your final score as Tia Kennedy of Moorhead wins by major decision. So we had some type of misconduct down on the mat now. 17-7, still a major decision win over on mat number 1 for Tia Kennedy of Moorhead.
Still scoreless on mat number 2 between Lugo and Liedall. As we've seen a couple times where Liedall try to get the headlock there of Lugo, but every time it comes, Lugo able to wiggle out of it. 45 seconds remaining here in period number 1.
And that final duel score, 46-30. So Moorhead over Mandan by a score of 46-30. That's your result on the Bank North scoreboard from mat number 1.
As you will see, continuing here on mat number 2, this will be the final match of the third round between West Fargo United and Bismarck High. Bismarck High will improve to 3-0 so far on the dual setting here against West Fargo United here today, and they will have one more duel remaining here for Bismarck High, going up against Williston next. As Bismarck High's Lugo trying to see a shot taken by Liedall. Liedall was going in for that single leg, blocked there by Lugo. Lugo trying to get back to her base, and that's how we'll finish this first period scoreless as we go to period number 2. Still got this heavyweight, then you turn it back over to 100 pounds and 106 before mat number 2 is all said and done.
Yeah, it looks like we will have exhibition matches. So if you're watching out there, exhibition matches out on mat number 1.
That's the one nice thing again about these duels. If you do have an open mat, might as well take it. If you do have a couple extra wrestlers throughout the day, particularly in the respective weight classes.
Yeah, just nice to get those alternates on your dual team some mat time out here.
Lugo and Liedall continuing in a scoreless affair. This might be whoever starts on the bottom position at one point and gets an escape. We've already seen a couple of times today talking about a 1-0 winning with how this one is being a battle of headlocks and collar ties right now, Brent. We might see that again.
Yeah, a lot of pushing and shoving out there right now between the two wrestlers. Each one not really wanting to commit to a leg attack at this point.
As here's a chance up top. This will go still on the mat. Now coming across here with Liedall, able to get the 3 points for the takedown and now into a fall position after she had the headlock in. 60 seconds remaining here in the second period as now Lugo will have to try to find a way to get out of the grasp of Liedall here, and time is not on her side. Still a lot of time in the period with 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, each one had a head and arm locked up on there. It was just a matter of getting the leverage over the top and then working that pinning combination.
As Liedall right now is going to get some near fall points awarded as well. Gets the 3 points with a takedown. She will get rewarded 4 points with the near fall. As now 7-0 here for West Fargo United's Liedall.
Yeah, she broke open what was a tight match there. It's scoreless going into that second period now with the 7-0 lead.
And now Lugo just trying not to get pinned or give up any more points here with 15 seconds remaining in the second period. As you'll see, Liedall working back behind Lugo here. Trying to see if she can get into a cradle or try to force her back over with 2 seconds, 1 second. That's how we'll end this second period. 7-0 in favor of Charlie Liedall here from West Fargo United.
Yeah, just trying to look back last year at the state tournament, Charlie Liedall for West Fargo United, state qualifier at 170 pounds.
As Liedall will work on the bottom here for West Fargo United. Seen it with the Packers and the Mustangs. Also, West Fargo Horse, obviously the new school district, which will be going up to 3A for football next season. Place that just continues to grow and grow. Horse used to be not part of the Fargo Metro. Now it is a suburb, firmly a suburb.
It is, yes.
Bismarck High up top with Lugo here. Down 7-0 on the Bank North scoreboard with 1:35 remaining in period number 3. She will try to have to throw a move that Liedall did, trying to get a takedown with near fall points. At this point, Brent, with what Lugo is doing, you don't want to just clear Liedall and make it 8-0, but Liedall's doing a good job working her base, and very similar to what we saw earlier for West Fargo United. You might be fortunate here just to continue to ride this one last 75 seconds out.
Yeah, she might, just continue to hang around on top, see if she can get a turn. So she's got that power half. She's working it.
As right now Liedall trying to do what Skaru did in a very similar position where she took a decision win. But right now coming across up top is Lugo. Lugo now looking for the fall, and there it is. So what was a 7-0 deficit, Lugo comes in and earns the fall. And Liedall will give up the win here to Bismarck High, and 6 points upcoming for the Demons as it's now 48-6 as we head to heavyweight.
Yeah, that match, Lugo just wore down Liedall. Liedall obviously had that advantage going into the third period, but Lugo was able to hang around on the top position and work the power half.
A tough one if you're Liedall after that nice move to finish the second period, but better job by Lugo there to begin the third as we head to the heavyweight portion here of the match. 48-6 again is the team score as we go to 250 pounds between West Fargo United and Bismarck High. Lock coming on against Kiera Williams here for West Fargo United. Williams, the sophomore, while Locke is the freshman. Still to come, we'll have one more round of day number 1 of the 2024 Lisbon Girls Dual Wrestling Tournament, and then we will put a bow on day number 1. And reminder, day 2 begins at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow here with Brent Dick. Also, Brady Siebels will be on the call for you on that one. It's currently Williams here in Locke. Tied up top. As now you see Williams a chance with the grass to try to see if she can get Locke thrown down. Instead, Locke will able to get back to a neutral position here with 60 seconds remaining in period number 1. As Locke right now continues to be tied up with Williams here. Williams on that last one nearly able to get across there on Locke, but just couldn't bring her back down to the mat with that force. And these two are continuing to be tied up here. Not so much pushing and shoving here, Brent, between these two. Just kind of dancing around and seeing if you can see your opponent give you a chance to maybe throw a move out there right now.
Yeah, just looks like they're trying to work some angles. There you go.
And there is a opportunity for a throw. Williams now will be on the bottom here of Locke. Locke trying to work back up top, but Williams able to come across. Neither has gained the advantage here as it's still scoreless. 10 seconds left in the period. Now there's the three-point takedown eventually for Williams. Able to finish it off with that move to finish period number 1.
Yeah, about 20 seconds remaining in that period. I guess that's just what the wrestlers were looking for. Maybe kind of a safe time to throw for a big move, and maybe if they get caught, they can get out of that period and into the second. But 3-0 lead now for Williams.
As Williams will start on the bottom position, Locke to start on the top position here to begin period number 2 as Locke again trails at 3-0 against Williams. After this one wraps up here on mat number 2, we will get to the 100 and 106 pound weight class. Still, you have yet to add a forfeit here in this one, and a lot of them, we have had some falls, but we've seen a couple of decisions as well. As Williams and Locke continue to battle here, Locke being up top and very reminiscent of what we saw on the last match here, Brent, at 190 pounds, but that was in the third period where we saw West Fargo United give up a 7-0 lead, and we're going to get a stalling warning on Williams after Charlie Lido saw Lily Lugo finish her off again with the fall.
Yeah, Bismarck not afraid to work out of that top position. As you can see, they go right away to that power half, these heavier weights.
As you saw, Locke nearly try to get to a cradle there for Williams, as Williams able to get back to her base. Already called with one warning on stalling. She does it again, she'll give up a point.
Yeah, just a lot of pressure being applied right now by Sheena Locke for Bismarck, working that power half. Not much that Williams could do if she tries to get to her base. I think she's just afraid she's going to open up too much, and Locke will take advantage of it.
As we do get a stalling warning, so Locke will get a point here. 30 seconds remaining. Now Locke able to turn Williams over into a pinning position, and there's the fall, and right on cue. Just continue to work, and once you give up a little bit of a sliver, boom, there comes the fall, and Locke able to earn the win. Now makes it a 54-6 score on the team duels. Nicely done by Locke. You saw Williams get the takedown there to finish off the first period, and Locke able just to continue to work on the mat as we head to 100 pounds now here between Bismarck High and West Fargo United.
Yeah, you saw the Bismarck wrestlers down, going into the one in the second period. I guess at 109 they were down going into the third period, and both times they came back and won by fall.
As at 100 pounds, we will have a open weight class for West Fargo United, so Bismarck High will take the win now at 60-6, and we'll have one final weight class here at 106 pounds, and then we'll put a bow on round number 3 here today. So at 100 pounds here for Bismarck High, able to earn the win via the forfeit against West Fargo United, and that was with Clout here. And then you have Fuchs of Bismarck High going up against Baku Elder here for West Fargo United. As Fuchs is the 8th grader, Baku Elder here is the freshman for West Fargo United as they run off the mat. 17 seconds remaining here in period number 1. And from there, and pretty close to being at the top of the hour, there'll be a little break in between, probably closer, maybe about a quarter after the hour to get going here for our final round of the day from the Lisbon Girls Dual Tournament. As Baku Elder right now against Fuchs here from Bismarck High. Bismarck High been awfully impressive so far in their 3 respective duels and what they've been able to do, and they came in with a littered roster as well. Just a lot of different variations for Bismarck High and where they can go into a duel like this, Brent, on any particular weight class.
Yeah, just looking at their starting lineup, I mean, they had 4 state champions, returning state champions back in that lineup this year.
As Bismarck High with Fuchs right now, the 8th grader, still scoreless with Baku Elder right now from West Fargo United. Coming into today, Isabel 10-4 on this season, while Fuchs is 4-4. Baku Elder trying to get the takedown here, able to get Fuchs down to the mat, and here does get the award of the 3-point takedown with 35 seconds remaining here in period number 1. Now working out that right leg to try to see if she can get Fuchs turned over and get into a pinning position.
You got to watch her full Nelson there. She's trying to work that other hand here on the near side, and looks like she will get called with a technical violation.
So there's the 1 point here for Fuchs. As Fuchs will be on the bottom. Baku Elder will work up top here for West Fargo United. As Baku Elder continues. Looking for the grasp with the right ankle. 5 seconds remaining here in the period, and this is how this one looks like. We'll finish going into the second. It'll be 3-1 going into period number 2. It's been fun, though, to see girls wrestling. Talking with a couple of coaches earlier this season, Brent said, what's new this year or different? Because it seemed like every year for the last 3 to 4 years there's been something new in the postseason when it came to girls wrestling. And he said, Chase, we about are as even as we can. There's no new individuals. There's no new duels. There's nothing new at state. Everything for the postseason now is about as simple as can be once we get to February.
Yeah, I think they call that steady state now. You just just go with it. So.
As Baku Elder got Fuchs in a headlock, does get 2 points upcoming here. Some near fall points working into a pinning position. And there is the fall here for West Fargo United, able to get their second of the match here with Baku Elder earns the pin, and that makes it 60-12. That'll be your final here on mat number 2. Bismarck High 60-12 over West Fargo United as we get to our post-game recap here, brought to you in part by Olson Accounting. Brent, going back to your particular match here with Moorhead and Mandan, I guess what impressed you most about the Moorhead Spuds?
The Moorhead Spuds, they just jumped out to an early lead, and they didn't ever relinquish it. We did see Mandan in that duel against Lisbon able to kind of work their way back into this duel, but Moorhead just kept on the pressure, and they mounted up some pins in the lightweights and also through that middle, the middleweights at 142 through 155, and picking up a couple forfeits. So they, just were a little bit too much for Mandan, not able to get back into the duel. And they ended up winning that, or Moorhead ended up winning by a score of 45-30.
As we head to our wrestling move, the match for both of them here. Let's start on mat number 2. Maggie Theo, just 19 seconds in, earns the fall. That was at 190 pounds. That is our Agassi Precision Egg move of the match here on mat number 2 between BHS and West Fargo United. What was the move of the match for you, Brent, on mat number 1?
The Agassi Egg Precision move of the match, coming at 148 pounds, going out to Elizabeth Hook for the Moorhead Spud. So Hook picked up a nice combination in her match, and a big head and arm threw her opponent over to the mat and picked up the pin at 148 pounds.
Our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match on mat number 2, Lily Lugo, there at 190 pounds. When you're trailing 7-0 in the third period, starting from the bottom position to come back and earn the fall, you deserve it. As our move of the match, or our wrestler of the match, again, coming at 190 pounds here for Bismarck High against West Fargo United. As that does it again for our conversation of round number 3. We'll take a quick break and get you ready for round number 4. It will look like this: Lisbon and West Fargo United on mat number 1. Mat 2 will be Bismarck High and Williston. Then we'll keep you apprised of what's going on in the Armory between Mandan and Bemidji. Here in about 10 to 15 minutes, we'll get you ready for the final round of the day.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is Southeastern North Dakota's premier building supply headquarters. They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
From routine checkups to advanced treatments such as same-day crowns and implants, Southview Dental Care offers personalized care that fits your needs. They are there when you need them most, offering emergency examinations with same-day treatment in most cases. Have a cold sore or canker sore? Southview Dental Care provides laser treatments to address these painful conditions. Schedule your next dental appointment at southviewdentalcare.com. That's southviewdentalcare.com. Southview Dental Care in Moorhead is your dental home.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customers satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Every Wednesday night at 7, watch the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show, presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation. Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region, as we'll hear from area coaches in North Dakota and Minnesota. Plus, we'll highlight area high school seniors and their achievements in the classroom and on the court with our Senior Spotlight. That's the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show, presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation, Wednesday nights at 7 on YourLiveEvent.com.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
In Hope, North Dakota, we aren't just a town, we're a community, one that you can be proud of, where you and your family can grow. With available jobs, affordable housing, a golf course and pool, the Sportsman Club, and great educational opportunities. There hasn't been a better time to join the Hope community, ideally located between Fargo, Grand Forks, and Jamestown. For more information, go to www.hopend.com. Live, work, and play in Hope, North Dakota.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
Welcome back here on our final round of coverage. We will have the Mandan Braves and Bemidji updates for you, as that is already underway on mat number 3 in the Armory. Mat number 2 here today to finish day number 1 off will be Bismarck High and Williston. Then Lisbon and West Fargo will be on mat number 1. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here today from Lisbon. And already a lead over on mat number 3 here as Bemidji and Mandan square off with one another. We'll get to that here in a moment. It's 18-0 Bemidji over Mandan early on. A forfeit and 2 pins. And Bemidji and Bismarck, Brent, they pretty good so far for the 7 teams here this Friday in Lisbon.
Yeah, they've kept Bemidji kind of tucked away over in the Armory, so I'm looking forward. I'd like to see them over here in the morning, and then that matchup, we just looked at the schedule, that matchup at the end of the day tomorrow with Bismarck and Bemidji should be a good one.
Without question, you'll see Bemidji and Lisbon right away in the morning at 9 o'clock in the morning here on YourLiveEvent.com. So again, final round of coverage today. Day 2 begins tomorrow at 9 o'clock for the first of our 3 rounds. So roughly around the noon hour-ish or so, everything will be wrapped up for the first annual, we hope annual, Lisbon Girls Dual Wrestling Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. So far, Bismarck High 3-0. Williston has lost to Bemidji in their last match. We've already seen them get going a little bit earlier today against Lisbon as well. West Fargo United has made their rounds from mat 1, 2, and 3 in their last 3 mats. And their chances here today as we'll start this round at 118 pounds.
Yeah, it looks like mat 1 wrestlers checked into the score table, so the captains were out a little bit later, but they're first to get going inside the gymnasium. And it looks like Arlie Romerman steps out for the Broncos on mat number 1. And she's taking on Lily Skarud of West Fargo United. I'd expect this to be a competitive duel between West Fargo United and the Broncos, so stay tuned here to mat number 1.
Mat number 2, we will start 118 pounds via the forfeit, so Bismarck High will open things up here with a 6-0 lead.
A nice little fireman's by Romerman. Catches Skarud, takes her down to the mat. Now working a nice pinning combination. She went right from that fireman's into a crossface cradle, squeezing those elbows together. She has it locked up tight. Romerman's up 3-0, scoots the hips away, bottom knee in the side. Good pinning combination set up by Arlie Romerman to the Broncos. Those shoulders flat to the mat, and the win by fall for Ollie Romerman puts the Broncos up 6-0 at 118 pounds.
Here on mat number 2, St. Clair from Bismarck High earns the win via the forfeit at 118 pounds as we make our way now to 124 pounds here for our first match between Williston and Bismarck High. As you see, again, for Bismarck High with Magembe coming on against Millage here for Williston.
Here's Presley Johnson, checks in for the Broncos at 124 pounds. The Broncos early on with the 6-0 lead after 118 pounds.
Magambe and Millage. The Millage is the freshman, Magambe the senior right now. Millage went in for a single leg. Magambe able to break it, then gets a 3 points for the takedown here 30 seconds into the period.
That match underway. Quick 3-point takedown on mat number 1. 3-0 is your score.
Magembe trying to crossface here. Millage able to do so. Get her across now into a pinning position here. 40 seconds into this first period.
And Presley Johnson down 3-0. Jelani Reardon of West Fargo United has a pinning combination hooked up with the cradle.
And Magembe earns the pin 60 seconds into the period. The Bismarck High Demons with a 12-0 team duel lead on the Bank North scoreboard.
Reardon with the cradle hooked up in the win by fall for Jelani Reardon and West Fargo United over Presley Johnson. We're tied up at 6 on mat 1.
Update for you, 24-6, 148-pound weight class. Bemidji over Mandan right now on mat number 3 from the Armory. As we head to 130 pounds now on mat number 2, Phoebe Wade from Bismarck High going up against Audrey Trofty here from Williston, the 8th grader.
The Broncos open at 130 pounds. West Fargo United will take the 12-6 lead after 130. Now moving on to 136. Looks like Emerson Schwab checks in for the Broncos.
It's Phoebe Wade right now and Tofty back up top between the circles as the center circle here with Wade.
We're now 136. That's Emerson Schwab for Lisbon. Wrestles Molly Carr for West Fargo United.
As they continue to work in the center here with Phoebe Wade and Tofty, neither one of them really giving up much position or taking a chance early here in this first period.
Another nice high crotch fireman's here for Schwab as she takes down Carr to the mat. Goes to work right away with the crossface. So Broncos are working the high crotch up to the crossface as she takes Carr over to her back, now working the pinning combination on mat 1.
Phoebe Wade now on mat number 2, still scoreless here with Tofty. 45 seconds left in the period.
Here's Schwab. She has Carr kind of bottled up there. Shoulders flattened out to the mat. And official down there takes a look, not up by much on mat 1. And that's the win by fall for Emerson Schwab as she flattens out Molly Carr. Broncos now back up here. Tied it up at 12 apiece going into 142 pounds.
Phoebe Wade does get a 3-point takedown, but then the 2-point reversal here for Tofty to make it a 3-2 lead for Wade. 10 seconds remaining in period number 1 as Tofty works on top of Wade on the far side of the mat.
So the Broncos tied up on the Bacon North scoreboard at 12. Brings us into 142 pounds with Veda Carblum stepping on the mat for the Broncos. She'll take on Nevaeh Adai of West Fargo.
As we'll see, starting on the bottom will be Wade. Tofty will start in the top position here for Williston.
So Adai and Carblum kind of locked up. Now Adai is going head and arm. Carblum with a body lock, going to try to step into it. Wrestlers going back and forth. Who has the most leverage? Still locked up on mat 1. So Carblum taken down to her back by Adai, keeping that one toe in bounce. She's going to pick up the takedown, but no near fall. So Adai goes up 3-0.
As you do get a 1-point escape here for Phoebe Wade to make it a 4-2 advantage with 1:25 left in period number 2 here for Bismarck High's Wade.
Still 3-0 on the restart. Minute 33 on the clock in the first period. Nevaeh Dye is up 3-0 on Beta Carbon.
As Wade is able to earn a 3-point takedown. Also, there was a stalling warning on Tofty for a point, so now that makes it an 8-2 advantage here for Wade. 60 seconds remaining in period number 2 as Wade is trying to get Tofty back down to the mat, able to do so here, and Tofty trying to get back to her base.
So Carbon catching a Dye just a little bit high, trying to work a reversal. She's kind of hip heights back into her, now trying to spin back around. Still 3-0 is your score, but in a scramble position on mat 1.
45 seconds remaining here on mat number 2 as Wade continues to work up top against Tofty here from Williston.
And a Dye hit a nice crossface, and we have a stoppage and some blood time after that hard crossface by a Dye on Carbon.
As you see Wade right now trying to get Tofty to toss on over and get into a pinning position. There it is. Is Tofty able to get quickly back up? Here's the count as Wade is trying to finish off with a pin with 13 seconds here before period number 2 runs out. Near fall points will be coming, but it's a matter of can she finish off the match here, and there it is. With 4 seconds remaining in period number 2, winning via fall from Bismarck High is Phoebe Wade here for the Demons.
And still in blood time on mat number 1. That's a 3-0 lead for Nevaeh Dye. She came across with a nice hard crossface on Carbon, resulting in a little bit of blood time here as they get wrestlers clean back up and ready for action on mat number 1.
Update from the Armory side of things. It's now 30-6 Bemidji over the Mandan Braves as they're working their way to 170 pounds. It started again at 118 pounds as Williston and Bismarck High will be making their way to a 136 pounds upcoming here.
And off the restart, Carbon trying to hit a stand-up, but she's kept down on the mat in a clasping violation. As Carbon still trying to secure the escape as the official lets them play out the position or wrestle through this position.
Fieldgis is on here for the Bismarck High Demons.
And a nice hard mat return and a win by fall for Carbon as she hit a body lock on a Dye and took her down to the mat. And a win by fall for Carbon puts the Broncos up in the duel now 18-12.
As she's going up against Garcia here from Williston. We saw Fieldgis with a pin in 19 seconds in the last match. Now we'll finish one with 35 seconds here into this match as Maggie Fieldgis from Bismarck High wins via the fall over Garcia from Williston.
So the Broncos take the lead 18-12 after that pin by Veda Carbon. Brings us up to 148 pounds. Both wrestlers checked in and match no underway on mat number 1.
Mat number 2 will make our way to 142 pounds. The team dual score so far, Bismarck High 24, Williston scoreless.
So mat number 1, Violet Heen for the Broncos. First-year wrestler out there at 148 pounds, taking on Jasmine Okoye of West Fargo United. That match is scoreless in the first period, minute 30 on the clock.
Maya DeFord from Williston will come on here against Paige Baumgartner here from Bismarck High on mat number 2.
And still scoreless wrestlers. They're pushing each other back and forth, take the center of the mat. Working collar ties and wrist ties on mat 1.
As Baumgartner here able to get a 3-point takedown here for Bismarck High. Now working again, trying to get DeFord into a cradle position. There it is, now into a pinning position here for Paige. Baumgartner continues to work. 1:19 left here in period number 1, and there will be the fall. Another pin here for the Demons as they have a 30-0 lead.
And a win by fall for Violet Heen as she took Jasmine Okoye down, hit a pinning combination. So Heen, the first-year wrestler for the Broncos, here wins by fall at 148 pounds.
Mat number 2 will make our way now to 148 pounds. Bismarck High has yet to yield a point here to Williston. Thanks in part to a forfeit. And 1, 2, 3, and now 4 pins in a row here for the Demons.
And Broncos open at 155. 24-18 is your dual score.
Turner will come on here for the Bismarck High Demons, while Ashlyn Swanson from Williston. Swanson, the 8th grader. Turner, the sophomore here from Bismarck High. Swanson went for a single leg. Turner able to block it. Now she will have the position up top 10 seconds into this period and finishes with a 3-point takedown here. Now Turner continues to work up top with Swanson trying to turn her back over. I've seen Bismarck High wrestlers do this all day. Get to a spot, turn them over, and waste very little time and get the pin. Another fall here for the Demons as they add on to their lead at 36-0.
Wrestlers checking in for that 170-pound match on mat number 1. Looks like Veda Carbon for the Broncos heading out to the center of the mat. Or excuse me, Ava Carbon for the Broncos. Sister Veda picking up that win by fall at 142 pounds. A nice body lock.
As we'll make our way to 155 pounds here on mat number 2. Update for you on mat number 3 in the Armory between Mandan and Bemidji. Bemidji with a 36-12 lead over the Mandan Braves as they are making their way to the heavyweight at 250.
Here at 170 pounds, Ava Carblum for the Lisbon Broncos, Maya Sanchez for West Fargo United. Carblum returning state place winner, and Sanchez for West Fargo returning state qualifier. That match with a minute 30 remaining in the first period, still scoreless. Now Carblum hits an overhook, has an under on the near side. Seen a lot of upper body wrestling in the last couple of weights as Carblum with the takedown. She has the 3-0 lead, went to work right away with that cradle over the top.
And 170 pounds, Bismarck High will win via the forfeit. Take now a 48-0 team score lead.
Here's Carblum and Chance. Now Sanchez working a reversal. She picks up the 2-point reversal. 3-2 is your score, and she has a nice crossface, but Carblum takes the momentum and rolls through, reverses it back. Now it's 5-2 here at 170 pounds. Back and forth battle here with 40 seconds remaining in the first period.
There's another forfeit coming across here for the Bismarck High Demons. This will be 3 in a row.
And now 5-3 with a 1-point escape for Maya Sanchez. Wrestlers back up to their feet. 20 seconds remaining in the first period. Carblum for the Broncos leads by 2, 5-3.
And the Bismarck High Demons will win again via the forfeit. So 4 straight via the forfeit here at 155, 170, 190, and 250. There is 3 weight classes yet to go at 100, 106, and 112.
And time expires in the first period. 5-3 is your score. Going into the second, Carblum has the lead over Sanchez.
I'll pick up the pace of wrestling, so to speak, on mat number 2 here with some forfeits. So the team score now at 60-0. Still, again, 3 weight classes to go here between Bismarck High and Williston. I'll see if Bismarck High does throw out a wrestler here at 100 pounds or not.
In here to start the second period, Carblum for the Broncos in the bottom position. She has the 2-point lead to start the second.
As Bismarck High will be open at the 100-pound weight class, so Williston will able to earn a win via the forfeit. So for the Bismarck High Demons, winning via the forfeit at 155, Danica Shorey at 170, Madison Reams at 190, Lily Lugo, Locke at 250 here, and then Macy picks up the win for the Williston Coyotes. Brulette here via the forfeit at 100.
Yeah, off this restart. So Carblum still on her base. Sanchez just working on top, trying to break her down. Now reaches back underneath. Working back towards the ankle, trying to keep Carblum broke belly down. A minute 30 remaining in the second period. 5-3 leads your score, or 5-3 lead for Carblum in the bottom position. Now Sanchez, a nice hard crossface on Carblum. Carblum still belly down, now just trying to tie up the wrists on Sanchez. Minute 5 remaining in the second period. Carblum now back up to her base. Sanchez breaks her back belly down.
As another win via the forfeit, this time coming to the Bismarck High Demons with Laura Lee Fuchs here from Bismarck High at 106. So we will have a 112-pound weight class. This will be the final one after a flurry of forfeits. And we'll finish off this duel between Williston and Bismarck High after this weight class at 112 pounds.
And Carblum catches Sanchez a little bit high, is going to pull down and gain a little more leverage on that shoulder. She's going to try to hip over. Yeah, she does a little cartwheel across the top, picks up the 2-point reversal on Maya Sanchez. She has the 7-3 lead on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, you have Rylan Reams from Bismarck High going up against Taylor Brulette here from Williston, the sophomore. So Brulette against Reams here on mat number 2. Traveled 100 miles, hundreds of miles to go up against a couple of WDA competition here, Brent.
That's the joy of the holiday tournament. Never know who you're going to get.
Brulette able to get a 3-point takedown here for Williston. Takes an early 3-0 lead 30 seconds into the first period.
As the final period coming up on mat number 1 between Carblum for the Broncos and Sanchez for West Fargo United. They're going neutral position. 7-3 is your score. We saw them going back and forth. Big tussle in that first period. They're back to their feet to start the third.
As Brulette continues to work up top on Reams here in the center circle. 60 seconds into this first period, trying to turn Reams over here for Brulette and see if she can get into a pinning position. There's the turn, there's the pinning position here, and there's the fall. So Williston will earn the fall via the win here with Taylor Brulette against Rylan Reams from Bismarck High.
Yeah, the dual score 24-18 in favor of the Broncos on mat number 1. That's Carblum and Sanchez going at it. No score there after that double leg shot by Sanchez here with Carblum. She has the lead 7-3 in the match.
Final on mat number 2 via the team dual score, 66-12. The Bismarck High Demons go perfect today here in Lisbon at 4-0 on mat number 2.
And still that 7-3 score, 4-point lead for Carblum. Locked up with Sanchez. Sanchez kind of wading in there, putting a lot of forward pressure on Carblum. Carblum now backs up towards the center of the mat. Sanchez still working that forward pressure. Down to 40 seconds remaining as the official kind of leans in there and tells Carblum she has to become a little more active, more offensive. No, Carblum goes over the top, but she's just going to try to snap down on Sanchez. Sanchez has the head and arm. Carblum's going to hip ice through, but Sanchez has the head caught. Carblum able to hip ice back around for the 3-point takedown. Throws the forearm in the back of the head on Sanchez. She has the 10-3 lead for Ava Carblum. Final 10 seconds in the match, and that'll be a victory for Carblum. She'll win by decision 10-3. 3 more points for the Broncos in this duel. Now 27-18 is your score going into 190 pounds.
Update for you from Bemidji and Mandan. Bemidji with a 42-12 lead over the Mandan Braves as they're now at 100 pounds. So they got 3 weight classes to go in the Armory.
Yeah, I can say Bemidji last year, looking at their state tournament team or the wrestlers they took to the state tournament, they bring back 3 state place winners. So Minnesota, just a tough wrestling state to begin with, but you bring the girls into this now, and looks like Bemidji has a pretty nice team. So 27-18 is our score. The Broncos with the lead going into 190 pounds. And Cora Ulster for the Broncos, returning state place winner, checks in. So Broncos picking up 2 pins at 100, or pin at 142 pounds with Veda Carblum. And then Violet Heen with the pin at 148 pounds. Broncos gave up a forfeit at 155 and now win by decision by Ava Carblum at 170 pounds. Broncos with the 27-18 lead coming into this 190-pound match. And that's Savannah Whaley for West Fargo United, wrestling Cole Ulster for the Lisbon Broncos. The wrestlers And a head-to-head now, a nice little club to the head on Ulster. Little knee pick attempt by Ulster. Putting a lot of forward pressure on Whaley. Down to minute 10 remaining in this first period. Wrestler still holding the center of the mat. Ulster real heavy on head, tries a nice little inside trip, not able to secure the trip on Whaley. Now goes into a Russian tie for Ulster. You're going to try to drag that hand down across the body toward the mat. Whaley did a nice job of kind of stepping in and back around on Ulster to square back up. Because now she's controlling that wrist on the bottom side. Green warned with stalling, so that goes against Whaley of West Fargo United. And we're still scoreless in the first period, 20 seconds remaining. Little snap down by Ulster. Wrestlers break apart. Another knee pick here of Ulster, just kind of missed the knee pick, and now she's forced to the mat out by Whaley as time expires in that first period. So neither wrestler choosing to attack the legs or really go underneath. Working a lot of head position, head-to-head, and collar ties. Now to start the second period, Cora Ulster in the bottom position, returning state place winner. Little outside leg stand up. Gaining momentum. She's going to try to hip over, so she's able to hip heist over the top. Picks up the 2-point reversal for Ulster. Has the half Nelson right away, going to the half Nelson. So seeing a lot of good signs from the Broncos after they hit that takedown. They're going right away into a pinning combination. As she takes over Savannah Whaley, has Whaley exposed shoulders. She's going to stretch out the arm, chest on chest, and the slap of the mat by the official, and a pin for Cora Ulster at 190 pounds. Broncos now up 33-18 over West Fargo.
Large match there for Lisbon as well, Brent, just in terms of the team numbers after earning that fall.
Yeah, that pin may prove to be one of the bigger matches or the bigger points for the Broncos, picking up that pin at 190 pounds. So anytime you can pick up a bonus point win, that's going to help out your team quite a bit. So you can have a 12-point swing, you pick up 6, you keep them from getting 6. So here's Nevaeh Buffett going out at 250 pounds. So the Broncos kind of moving some weights around. I'm sure you'll see a few wrestlers here dropping down a weight class after the Christmas break. But Buffett wrestling a heavyweight. Dual score 33-18. She's wrestling Kiera Williams for West Fargo United. So Buffett last year returning state qualifier for Lisbon. The wrestler's just locked up in collar ties, put that arm around the back of the head. Now Buffett with a nice leg attack. Drives into the legs and takes down her opponent to the mat. Picks up the 3-point takedown right away, working that power half. Puts that forearm in the back of the net, driving the forehead down into the mat. Reaches underneath the arm. She has the 3-0 lead over Kiera Williams. Has the half Nelson locked up on the far near side. Walking it over. Has Williams on her hip, now working for the fall for the Broncos. Williams trying to bridge through and able to get rolled back over. So near fall for Nevaeh Buffett, but reversal for Williams. 6-2 is your score on the restart with 38 seconds remaining in the first period. Kiera Williams in the top position. She's down by 4 after the reversal. So off that restart now, Williams goes back, takes the ankle, little far ankle, far knee, and drives down Buffett to the mat. She's working her own power half. 18 seconds remaining in the first period. She's got a lot of pressure put on that shoulder, has Buffett in a little bit of trouble. Kind of has her stacked up over her hips. Still working that power half, trying to expose the shoulder. Time expires here. Nevaeh Buffett will get into that second period with the 6-2 lead. She has choice. She'll defer over to Williams, who chooses, looks like she chose the top position. And just a false start on Buffett as she kind of rocked back and forth on the restart. Now Williams off the whistle, stopped that first move of Nevaeh Buffett. Went back down to the ankle, now just working over the top as she gets a little bit high. Gets Buffett drove down onto the mat, working around the top. Williams showed she's pretty tough on top there. When after she got that reversal, she was able to keep Nevaeh Buffett down on the mat, working a pinning combination. So we'll see if that decision to defer over to Williams comes back to haunt Buffett as she's in the bottom position, being worked over right now by Williams. Goes back to that power half. She has it locked in tight. Buffett just able to muscle out, keeps that hip turned away from the pressure. Williams going back on the near side. Buffett still belly down. Pressure coming again from Williams with the power half. Buffett keeping those hips turned away. He's got to try to pull that head up and look away. She's able to stand up post and gets to her feet. Now Williams with a nice body lock. She's in an advantageous position with that body lock. Returns Buffett down to the mat and a clasping violation. So 1 point technical violation with the clasp by Williams. 7-2 you're scored with the 1 point to Buffett. So after the mat return off of that body lock, Williams didn't break her hands after they went down to the mat. A 1 point awarded to Nevaeh Buffett. So Williams in the top position on the restart. Buffett tries to tripod up. Final 10 seconds of her second period. 7-2 is our score. No towel tapper out on the mat. Final 3 seconds. 7-2 going into the third. Buffett has the 5-point lead. Her choice. So she chooses the top position to start. She has the 5-point lead going into the third period. So off that restart, Williams kind of posted that inside leg. Buffett with the half Nelson rolls Williams over, working the pinning combination. Shoulders not up by much as Buffett a lot of pressure on top, stretches out the arms. The official down there has a good look on the near side and a slap of the mat, and a win by a fall for Nevaeh Buffett at heavyweight. Broncos now up 39-18 as they've now had pins at 190 by Cole Oster, and now Nevaeh Buffett as the Broncos pulling away, gaining that momentum going into 100 pounds. Here's Melina Rebsum going out as that'll be an open weight for West Fargo. And that should put the duel out of reach of West Fargo. Now the Broncos are up 45-18. Going into 106 pounds, here's Scout Fredericks for the Lisbon Broncos.
The last two matches there, Brent, very similar to what we saw from Bismarck High, right? You get into that opportunity, as you said, into a pinning combination. You waste little time, and if you can make that move and hit it, we've seen a lot of falls here today with that.
Yeah, and, the teams just feed off of that momentum. You can hit those pins. That's a big deal. Some wrestlers will go out there and, they're just satisfied with maybe getting a few takedowns and kind of riding out a match. But in a duel, you hit those pins, that's a big momentum builder, and that just carries through to the next match. So right away, that's a 3-point takedown for Baku Elder of West Fargo United. She's working against Scout Fredericks of the Lisbon Broncos. Puts on a half Nelson. We're at 106 pounds. There's a nice little kind of a peek out, a counter to that half Nelson. So Coach Lucina on the boys' side calls that the peek out. Hit by Scout Fredericks. Not able to score. She did score a point off it, so 3-1's your score. She managed to get the escape. She went down on a single leg on Baku Elder. Elder secures the takedown, works the screwdriver across the top, working the pinning combination. She has the 6-1 lead, putting a lot of pressure on Fredericks. 45 seconds remaining in the period. Now Baku Elder is going to scoop the head and arm. Here's Fredericks still trying to bridge out for the Broncos. Down to 30 seconds remaining. Baku Elder has the head and arm scoop, just trying to flatten that right shoulder down. The slap of the mat by the official and the pin for Baku Elder. 45-24 is the score in her duel, going to 112 pounds.
Baku Elder's just kind of like a spark plug, if you want to call her that. She just comes out and she's able to move all over the mat.
Yeah, just an offensive wrestler, doesn't rest. Continues to wrestle through every position. And that's just, when you see those, those better, higher caliber wrestlers, that's just what they do. They wrestle through every position. They don't stop. So here's Addison Booman going out, 112 pounds for the Lisbon Broncos. Natalie Carlson for West Fargo United, a junior against an 8th grader. So Booman for the Broncos from Enderlin, North Dakota, an 8th grader. Broncos have the dual lead, 45-24. Little single leg, kind of a high crotch shot by Booman. Using those long arms. She's got it secured, but nice sprawl and some defense by Carlson in the top position, working over the top. Able to counter. As now Carlson goes to a crossface, but Booman still has control of that leg, not giving up that takedown. She's got to step up with that outside leg and turn the corner. Now she does. She's able to step up, elevates it, see if she can secure the takedown. And she drops down to the mat, picks up the 3-point takedown for Booman. Now she works up to the body, and right away, the same as her teammates, first thing she does is hits that half Nelson, secures the far wrist. So seeing some good signs out of the Broncos after that takedown, going offensive right away. Works the pinning combination. Has the far wrist caught. And just trying to turn her opponent here is Natalie Carlson in that bottom position. Broncos up 45-24. Addison Booman for the Broncos has a 3-0 lead. Now picking up near fall. She has this half Nelson locked up tight, and the win by fall for Addison Booman. Broncos 51-24 over West Fargo United. As I believe they'll finish the day 3-0. And I think they'll finish out with maybe a couple of exhibition matches, but that'll do it for the duel here. The Broncos down West Fargo United 51-24 on mat number 1.
As we get to some of our finals here in this one, Brent, let's get to our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Match. Go to Enbridge.com for career opportunities. Life takes energy. That is EnbridgeEnergy.com. Who's kind of your Wrestler of the Match here between West Fargo United and the Lisbon Broncos?
For the Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Match, I'm going to give that to Veda Carblum of the Lisbon Broncos, coming out at 142 pounds. And she was down in that match 3-0 going into that second period. She came back with the win by fall at 142 pounds, so that's going out to Veda Carblum for the Lisbon Broncos.
As we go from there to our feature Precision Agassi move of the match, we saw a couple nice, again, pinning combinations here. What is your Agassi Precision Egg move of the match?
Precision Egg move of the match goes out to Violet Heen of the Lisbon Broncos. So Heen, the first-year wrestler for Lisbon, coming in and taking on her opponent, a junior. And she ended up securing a nice little pinning combination with the body lock, took her opponent straight down to her back and won by fall. So I'd just like to congratulate Violet Heen for your Agassi Egg Precision move of the match.
The planter of the future is in your shed today. Agassi Precision Egg is your local precision planting dealer servicing the entire Red River Valley and beyond. For more information, visit planterdoc.com. That again is planterdoc.com. On behalf of Brent Dick, I'm Chase Miller. Thanks so much for tuning in to our coverage of day number 1 of the 2024 Lisbon Girls Dual Wrestling Tournament. Join us tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. Here's what the schedule is for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning on your live event. We'll have Lisbon and Bemidji on mat number 1. Mat number 2 will feature Moorhead and West Fargo. We'll keep you apprised of Mandan and Williston. 3 rounds tomorrow, 4 today. So roughly from 9 to about the noon hour, we will have coverage here of the Lisbon Girls Tournament. Brent, good to see you. Happy holidays, and enjoy Brady Siebels being your color man, or your number 2, so to speak, tomorrow here in Lisbon.
All right. Thank you much, Chase. Always enjoy it when you come down here, and I appreciate the support.
And again, he's Brent Dick. I'm Chase Miller. Thanks so much for tuning in. Happy holidays, and join us tomorrow for some more Carrington basketball shootout, War Road hockey, and alongside Lisbon Girls Dual Wrestling Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com.